The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good afternoon and welcome to today's webinar, FAA P107 Drone License Exam Preparation. My name's Mickey and I will be the moderator for today's webinar. Now before we begin, I want to provide a few quick reminders. First, it's important to be logged into the webinar on your own device using the specific link that I sent to your email. The link that I sent is specific to your name. So by logging in with this link, Half Moon Education can verify your attendance in the event that Half Moon or you are audited by any licensing board. In addition, the GoToWebinar software will monitor your attendance throughout the webinar. So make sure you're using that link and not someone else's. Because if you're not logged in on your own link and connection, you won't have access to the follow-up quiz or the CE certification download that I'll be sending out after today's presentation. Next, let's talk about the controls you'll be using throughout today's session. So if you look to the right of your screen, you will see the GoToWebinar control panel. Let's talk about the controls. Towards the top of this panel, you will see a dark gray audio tab. Now, if you lose sound through your computer speakers, please go to this tab. Click the small triangle on the left side. It will open and it will give you the option to dial into the webinar with your phone and listen through your phone. In the middle of this panel, you will see a dark gray Handouts tab. Now, all attendees should have received an email that contains a link to download the materials for today's presentation, but you can also find them in the Handouts tab in PDF format. So that includes our course manual, our agenda, and the CE request form. Please note that if you're taking the session for credit, you do need to fill out the CE request form within 24 hours to receive credit, as our credit department won't process credit unless specifically requested. Now, perhaps the most important outside of that CE request form is at the bottom of the panel, where you will see the dark gray Questions tab. Now again, on the left side of this tab is a triangle icon. By clicking this icon, it will undock the Questions tab and it will allow you to submit questions at any point during the webinar. And also your answers. This session is going to have a lot of questions, so I would actually undock that now and so that you are ready when the questions come. So please feel free to type in any questions or your answers and we'll make sure to address them in an orderly fashion. Now, for any other issues that may arise, in this case tech issues, I'm perfectly happy to help. Toss them into the Questions tab and I will do my best to solve your issues. However, some people prefer to talk to someone on the phone. If that is the case for you, you can find Half Moon Customer Services phone number located in the question bar as well. Now, as I mentioned before, you should have a copy of the agenda in your materials. We are going to have one 15-minute break today. It's going to be at 1:45 p.m. And then the webinar will conclude today at 4:15 p.m. Central Time. All right, so with that in mind, I would like to introduce our instructor for
Unmuted.
webinar, Jeffrey Miller from Aerial Education. Mr. Miller is passionate about teaching UAS and geospatial and leverages his experience in his current role as a professor in the Bay Area. Outside of academia, Mr. Miller is a technical trainer and entrepreneur. He started his business, Aerial Education, in 2018 to provide the highest level training and consulting in the drone mapping industry. Mr. Miller's interest in UAS began in 2013 when he started doing research for his master's thesis. His blog, iPhoneDroneImagery.com, chronicles that research. Mr. Miller is pursuing a PhD in geomatics engineering at the University of Colorado, Denver. All right, so with that in mind, Jeff, I'm going to hand our audience off to you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mickey, and welcome everybody. Thank you for attending today's presentation about FAA drone called P107 or Part 107 license preparation. So I think I don't have much more to say about myself. Mickey did a wonderful job of introducing me. Thank you very much again for that. We will go ahead and start our program right up here, and let's dive right in. I have the presentation here segmented into as far as expectations are concerned, let's just kind of cover that real quick. I have, I think it's 4 modules set up here for our presentation today. We will cover exam rules, airspace, and charts, and as well as the registering for your, going over a little bit of registration itself for your license exam. After every module, we will have a quiz. So be prepared. As Mickey said, there are a lot of built-in questions for this presentation, for the experience today. We're going to make this as interactive as possible. I found for myself and for other students that I've helped get through and pass their exam, I found that taking as many practice questions as possible is definitely a helpful method of studying for this exam. So there are about 55 or so questions built in to the presentation itself that we will all work through as a group. And like I said, those will be coming at the end of every module. So just quickly reminder, in your questions tab that you've undocked, you will be using that place for answering the quizzes, and we'll review that again once we get to that section here in about 20 minutes or so. So without further ado, let's begin our first section, which is about FAA exam rules. The P107 is the specific section of the FAA documentation about license documentation about drones. There are several other codes out there, but for the drones in particular, it's called the Part 107. So we're going to go over the rules right now, the rules and regulations of becoming what the FAA notes as a remote pilot. So as we begin, we look at, I'm going to kind of rapid fire off some of these things. Aircraft requirements. Under your Part 107, your drone must, so these are some important notes to keep sight of here, weigh less than 55 pounds, be registered if it weighs more than 0.55 pounds, no matter what you intend to use it for, if that's recreation or commercial. These are, let's go over just quickly what we are referring to a little bit more specifically here. So weigh less than, the language is very specific here. Weigh less than 55 pounds. Let me change my little, here we go. All right, this is a little bit better than what I had a moment ago. So weigh less than 55 pounds. The numbers are very specific. You might see a question asking you, what is the classification of a drone? What is the weight of a, and they might say an unmanned aircraft system, an unmanned system, or a small unmanned system. And very often that the questions will have abbreviations. So a UA or an SUA, small unmanned aircraft, that's what they're referring to. In regards to this case here, they're talking about a small UA, and the classification being less than 55 pounds. So not 55 pounds or less, but less than 55 pounds. Then on the other side of the spectrum, we say, well, what is the requirement for registering the drone? So drones do need to be registered through the FAA, and I'm going to talk about that more specifically here coming up. But in terms of actually needing to register the drone itself with the FAA, the drone, if the drone weighs more than 0.55 pounds, okay, 0.55. So this whole 55 thing can be confusing. Just remember, if it's 55 standalone, then it's, or less than 55 standalone, okay, then it falls into that small UAS category. And if it is more than 0.55, then we need to register with the FAA, which I will cover, like I said, momentarily. Other operating rules. So this is kind of like a standard list and things that you will start to memorize as, you know, and you'll come into play every time you go out to fly a drone. So under P107, the following general rules apply to all drone flights. You know, let's talk about here the airspace. We're going to cover airspace specifically in this seminar. You can fly in what's called Class G airspace, G for golf. There are other classifications that we will cover that you cannot fly in. So stay tuned for that, okay? Class G is the big one in terms of this is a safe place for me to be. So Class G airspace must keep the aircraft in sight, or in drone speak, visual line of sight. And that means that no matter where the drone is flying, that you or your visual observer, okay, so there's another key piece to this, either you as the pilot or your visual observer always has a line of sight, meaning that they can always identify where the craft is flying in the sky, okay? Maintain visual line of sight, must fly under 400 feet. We call that our drone airspace ceiling, okay? So you're not allowed to fly over that ceiling of 400 feet. Just real quick, over here on the right graphic, I've got a little demonstration of what that 400 feet zone means. So that buffer, that ceiling. Here's your 400 feet above the ground. Now, if you are near any kind of structures or buildings, in this case, a tower, the drone itself is allowed to fly within a 400-foot radius, and that includes 400 feet above the structure. That is with the caveat of depending on the airspace you're in, but just as a general, as we're introducing these rules, yes, 400 feet above the surface, but then as well, if you come across a structure or some type of building, tower, that kind of thing, then you are allowed to fly 400 feet above it and within 400 feet near it, okay? So that doesn't mean that you could fly 400 feet and say, oh, I'm 1,000 feet horizontally away from the structure, so I'm going to go 1,000 feet in the air. No, that's within a 400-foot radius. You're allowed to fly. If you extended that radius vertically, you could go 400 feet above a structure. This is an old rule that you had to always fly during the day. That's why I put a cross through this, and I'm going to cover that in a minute. Must fly at or below 100 miles per hour. So that was, I believe, established to for the drone racing community. Commercial drones that I've flown, none of them have really have a top speed of more than 50 miles an hour or so. But again, that's kind of an easy, clean number to remember. Below 100 miles an hour, okay? Must always yield to the right of way of manned aircraft. That is extremely important. So whether those manned aircraft are airplanes, Cessna airplane, commercial airplane, whatever kind of airplane you're thinking of falls into the category. Helicopters absolutely fall into the category there. Any type of manned aircraft will always have the right of way. And so drones, for all intents and purposes here, if you see a manned aircraft in your airspace kind of entering the zone that you're flying, and that's why it's important to have visual line of sight as well. If a manned aircraft, 9 times out of 10 is going to be a helicopter because they're a little bit more unpredictable, and they do tend to fly much lower in relatively speaking compared to manned aircraft. But drones are supposed to always yield to manned aircraft. Moving on, let's talk about the things you cannot do, right? So fly in Class B, C, D, or E airspace without ATC permission. ATC stands for Air Traffic Control. We will cover this in more detail, all right? We will cover this in more detail. The thing that you need to remember is that the drone airspace, allowable drone airspace, is called Class G, Class Golf airspace. Fly your drone in a reckless manner. You'll find a lot of kind of the language or the questions are kind of obvious, I guess, or they make these kind of anecdotal comments about the types of behaviors that a drone pilot is supposed to conduct themselves. So reckless manner. I mean, of course, right? Doesn't that kind of sound obvious? But you'll find questions that might have this type of language in it. So just be you don't always have to overthink the answers to a lot of these. Okay, but I absolutely say that to students: don't fly in a reckless manner, right? Don't fly in a reckless manner. Fly beyond fly beyond the unaided visual line of sight of the UAS. We kind of covered that before. The drone needs to stay within visual line of sight of the pilot in command and or the visual observer. Okay. If you're flying with first-person goggles, right, a first-person view, so those goggles that you can go on your fit on your head that have the drone's perspective, the view of the camera. Obviously, then you're not going to be able to see at the same time where the drone is in the sky. The pilot is not going to be able to see where the drone is in the sky, so you lose a visual line of sight there. But you can fly with FPV goggles as long as you have a visual observer present. Okay, so somebody that is communicating with you in real time about where the drone is as you're out flying around. We'll get into some beyond visual line of sight stuff later on in the presentation. I'm sure you might have some questions about that. It is possible, but there are, caveats to that in terms of getting a FAA rules exemption kind of a thing. So you're not allowed to fly, and this is for one pilot we're talking about, okay? You're not allowed to fly more than one drone at a time. Very similar to the visual line of sight, there are waivers that can be applied for to accomplish some of these things, okay? Fly at night without an FAA waiver. Again, we're going to cover that here in a moment. Fly in visibility less than 3 miles from your control station. Yeah, there are going to be some questions about visibility, 3 miles, statute miles in particular, statute miles. You might see it say SM, statute miles. 9 out of 10 times when they're referring to a distance and it's miles, they're going to be asking you about statute miles, not nautical miles, but statute miles, okay? Fly beyond 400 feet above ground level unless you are 400 feet of a structure. We covered that already right here. Not allowed to fly faster than 100 miles an hour, so we're repeating ourselves a little bit. Fly over anybody who is not directly participating in the UAS operations. That one also, I should have put a cross through that because this one as well, I'm going to cover. They've made some rule amendments to some of these things. Generally speaking, I'll just put it out there. Generally speaking, a lot of this is kind of a general use your best judgment kind of a thing. But generally speaking, you're not supposed to fly over crowds of people or, frankly, any person that's not already involved in the drone operations themselves. So, the public itself that isn't part of the job site you're working on or something like that. Okay, unsuspecting pedestrians or bystanders. Fly from a moving vehicle unless you are flying over a sparsely populated area. I'm gonna kind of, like I said, I put some generally speaking comments out there, but I do have some further things to discuss here. So that would be in this slide here. And in 2021, the FAA came out with some amendments to some of these rules, in particular, the over people amendment. So I'll try my best to break this down. And the quotes that I have here come directly from a video of an interview with an FAA coordinator. Somebody from the FAA that's an airspace coordinator, and I'm gonna share that link to you guys here momentarily. But as far as the over people thing is concerned, the way that they've written this out, they say if your drone is 0.55 pounds or less, you are allowed to fly over people as long as the drone does not contain any exposed rotating parts that could lacerate human skin upon impact. Operations in sustained flight over open air assemblies must voluntarily comply with the remote ID regulation. This is something coming up in October of this year. So I'll cover this here in a moment. But the big kind of takeaway from category 1 is that if you have a very light drone, okay, 0.55 pounds or less, essentially one of the categories that does not have to be registered with the FAA, then you are allowed to fly over people if you have those prop guards. If you know what I'm referring to, they're little plastic kind of crescent-shaped accessories that go on to a drone and essentially cover up where the props are in the event of, impact with a person or something. I'm not a huge fan of those because they add weight and they also kind of hinder the drone's flight operations. However, they are necessary, or at least they're supposed to be. If you are going to fly over people, it is something that you are supposed to attach to your drones. Now, the 0.5, if your drone it weighs more than 0.55, can you fly over people? Well, then we get into some pretty gray areas, okay? Categories 2, 3, and 4. So will not cause injury injury to humans that is equivalent or greater than the severity caused by 11 foot-pounds of kinetic energy. I'm not even going to read the next one because it's a very similar thing, just saying 25 pounds of kinetic energy. I mean, I don't know how a person is meant to calculate that. I've yet to see drone manufacturers publish anything about the amount of kinetic energy transfer their drones will cause. So essentially what I've kind of equated this up to here, the categories 2 through 4, if your drone is, again, this is per the regulations, if your drone is more than 0.55 pounds, again, generally speaking, you're not supposed to fly that over people. So we run into a little bit of a gray area of, well, say I'm on a private job site and everybody involved has given clearance or signed a waiver saying that they're okay with the drone flying over them, a liability kind of a thing. You have drone insurance, and essentially all parties are aware that, a drone flying in the sky might fall and hurt them. I've certainly been in situations like that, right? Like not all of these are so general that you can just blanket apply them, especially if you're going to get into the commercial space. And so I think in that instance, my best advice is, as long as people have, again, this is just an advice about a practical situation. Advice would be, as long as you have waivers, liabilities, insurance, I think you're okay. And all parties involved are on board with the operations. As far as the test is concerned, however, I would make sure you have a full understanding that if you got a drone bigger than if you got a drone bigger than the size of your hand, it's probably, as far as the test is concerned, you're not supposed to fly it over people. So I'll leave it at that. And I'm sure you're going to have some questions, but that's okay. So let's we'll get to those in a second. Let's talk about flying vehicles over vehicles or at nighttime. And this is another amendment to the rule. So small unmanned, like I said before, it used to say not allowed to do it at all, right? But now what's possible is that small unmanned aircraft can fly and must remain over a closed or restricted access site. So say you're filming, maybe you're filming something in a movie scene or for media or on a job site, closed site. All people inside the moving vehicle within the closed restricted area must have a notice. So it's kind of like what I was just talking about, right? As long as everybody's on board, it's okay. Small unmanned aircraft does not maintain sustained flight over moving vehicles. In this instance here, I think the important takeaway there is sustained flight over moving vehicles. And I think this is a general rule, no matter what, as kind of a common sense thing. Do not hover a drone over an interstate or a high traffic arterial road, something that there's a lot of, again, unsuspecting bystanders that would be, underneath the drones as it's flying, in this case, a sustained flight. If the drone is, and when I say sustained, I mean kind of hovering over or following straight down the center line of a road, right, or a highway, a bridge. Those things are definitely not safe and against the rules and not even acceptable under this over vehicles amendment. So remote pilot completed updated initial knowledge tests online or recurrent training. This is for folks that once their license expires, that's what they're referring to here. When you go to get your initial license, this does not. You will actually, the over vehicles at night thing will be built into your exam. So we can move on from that. This is an important one though. Small unmanned aircraft must have lighted anti-collision lights that are visible for at least 3 statute miles and flash at a sufficient rate. That is for flying at night. You are allowed to fly at night as long as you have anti-collision lights that are visible within 3 statute miles. So that is an update to those general rules. So I want to share this link with everybody. This is something I actually just added this link today. So maybe we could find a way to get this out to you. We'll cover that here when we get to the break. But this is a really good, about a 45-minute interview with a guy named Kevin Morris from the FAA that I was just talking about. And he covers, that's where I got some of these quotes from. He covers these amendments, the remote ID, which is the updated drone registration that's coming in about 6 months. So it's good to have some know-how or awareness about some of these changes that have taken place over the last couple of years, and even with remote ID coming up to be coming soon with later this year. All right, so a few other considerations before we get to our quiz. You are required to make your UAS available for inspection upon request. Upon request by who? Well, that is on request by the FAA. If you find a question like that in your exam, 9 times out of 10, they're going to be talking about a request from the FAA. Okay. There is no FAA rule about you have to have your drone available for inspection per local law enforcement or something like that. That's not written into the rules themselves. It's specific to the FAA. That doesn't mean that you might be in a situation where a police officer or somebody in public safety says, "Hey, can I see your drone? Let me inspect that." I think then it's kind of, that's a different whole different set of whole different situation, right? You do have the right to, again, but this is now entering into, why are they wanting to inspect it? Is it probable cause? That kind of a thing. Again, per the FAA rules and regulations, you are not required to have your drone be something available to showcase to local law enforcement. I'm just putting these out there as sometimes the situations that I've been faced with just out in the public. Neighbor calls the local cops over, and as I'm out flying a job, and they say, "Hey, can I inspect your drone?" I think every time I've ever been asked that, and it's a handful of them, I've said, sure. I've said, sure, check it out. It's actually got some really cool features. Maybe you want to use this in your department. Yeah, trying to be as cordial and pleasant and polite as possible, without kind of giving up your expensive equipment. Hopefully that it won't be, taken away from you. But that's a kind of a different situation in this case. I just wanted to kind of be specific as I'm going down a little bit of a tangent. Anyways, report any accidents that result in serious injury or property damage of more than $500. Again, who are you going to report that to? You will be reporting that to the FAA, okay? The FAA. And I will share with you how to do that right here. So any kind of reports, they go through the FAA drone zone. You see that here. There's more to the drone zone as well. Where do you go through do your drone registration? For those drones that are, again, larger than 0.55, but less than 55 pounds. Okay, that's why I try to make this a little bit specific here. I know this is like, well, where did you come up with this numbers? I didn't come up with the numbers. The FAA did in the Part 107, but I'm just trying to outline this to make it a little bit easier to understand. Yes, you do need to register that. You do need to register those drones. Any drones designated for P107 use must be individually registered. So this, we could reword that to say commercial use, okay? You're flying your drones for real estate photography or for aerial surveys or whatever it is. Those are commercial purposes, and every single craft that you have is supposed to be registered individually, and each one will get its own unique registration number. Yeah, if you're flying for recreation use only, then I just fly this with my kids at the park, and we have several drones as a hobby. Then you don't need to register every single one. You only need to register as a pilot, and then every single drone has its own registration number. I know this stuff is a little bit confusing, and you go like, well, why did they make it like that? And it is. You're 1,000% right for thinking kind of like that. This is where remote ID is going to come into play later on this year. Okay, so that is going to essentially become a license plate for every drone, and it's built into the drone's software. So it should kind of streamline some of this registration stuff and make it a lot easier and not as kind of complicated as these, well, am I flying it commercially or is it for a hobby? And maybe I fly it on the weekends for fun, but then I fly it during the week for my job. Where does that category fit into? That's going to help kind of clear up a lot of that. And to be clear about more information regarding remote ID, please check out this link that we could share with you guys here momentarily. Okay, so this whole registration thing and the reporting accidents occurs here in the FAA Drone Zone website. This link should be available for you in the slides. Let's see if I can. I think I'm going to save coming here for some airspace and authorization and waivers, because it's kind of all done in this one portal on FAA Drone Zone, which is pretty cool. It saves you from having to go all over the place on the internet to do this stuff. So I'm gonna use this link here probably in about an hour or so, and I'll share with you guys what this little Drone Zone website looks like. The actual registration part is very simple. I would avoid using a service. I mean, there are services out there for large enterprise companies that have several hundred drones. I mean, that makes a little bit more sense if you need to kind of pay somebody to manage your fleet. But just as a general, person or small company, I don't think it's necessary to pay for that kind of stuff. It's only $5 to register your drone. Excuse me, and the drone registration lasts for 3 years. Okay, a couple other notes before we get into our first quiz. So let's talk about some of the questions you might see. Pilot in command, PIC, pilot in command, or PIC stands for pilot in command. When you see PIC on the exam, it stands for pilot in command, okay? Pilot in command performance. There will be a surprisingly large number. When I say large, I'm talking 5 to 6 questions related to the pilot performance. Yeah, these are more or less common sense questions as about pilot attitude and kind of general state of mind. But it's important to, sometimes the wording is a little bit not, let's put it this way. As a person that writes tests for a living, when I read through some of these sample questions, I go like, what were they actually trying to say there? So you really do have to be very careful when you're going over some of these questions about pilot performance, attitude, that kind of a thing. You'll run into things like, what does anti-authority mean? Okay, that's a don't tell me. So instead of having this attitude, you should always maintain and follow the rules because they exist for a reason. So you will probably see something like, what is the antidote for a don't tell me attitude? What is the antidote for that? Well, they're asking you, what is the opposite of a don't tell me? So a don't tell me would be, I'm going to follow the rules, okay, kind of a thing. And you'll see these questions, like I said, more commonly than you would think. And so it's good to just have a review of those. Impulsive, you're doing things quickly. Invulnerability, it won't happen to me, right? So that's a person that instead of having this attitude, you should always think things could happen. So it's kind of a cautionary attitude is what you should be kind of going for. The macho attitude, I can do it, instead of having that, recognize taking chances, don't go and take risks that are unnecessary and be reckless. Resignation, what's the point? So we'll cover that stuff in a second here in a little bit more detail. I have the quiz coming up in the next slide. Other pilot in command performance questions you'll see, topics related to mental and physiological ailments. Those could be related to hyperventilation, stress, fatigue, dehydration, drugs and alcohol, heat stroke. So let's just quickly cover this. They'll probably ask you a couple questions about if it's okay to drink alcohol or have a drink of alcohol before or during drone flights, and the answer absolutely is no, 100% no. I believe it wants 8 hours between a drink between a drink and when you're going to go fly. I believe that's what that question or similar type of question asks. So let's take some time now and start asking some questions. Okay, so I have about 15 or so questions here for you guys. And I think what I'd like you to do as I ask these questions, I would like for you to use your question, on your control panel, pull out, like Mickey said, pull out the questions tab there, make it its own, kind of undock it from your WebEx, and then you can answer what you think here, A, B, C, as you see fit. And then we'll quickly cover these momentarily. So I see some things are already starting to flow in. Yeah, great. I see Cameron put C, and so for everybody else, we can go ahead and start. The first question is, when must a person register a small unmanned aircraft, or UA, with the FAA? So just as a heads up, every question you see, or almost every single question you see, I pulled from various test banks. So yeah, you'll likely to see some of these on the actual test. Just know that this is the type of wording that you will come across on the exam itself. So when must a person? Okay, so the answers are, and there'll always be 3 answers, A, B, C, multiple choice. Every single question is going to give you that option. So this is meant to prepare you for that. Okay, so the answers are all civilian, small U. Let's see, only when the operator will be paid for commercial services. When it is used for any purpose other than a model aircraft, or all civilian small UAs weighing over 0.55 pounds must be registered regardless of their use. What do you guys think? I see that the majority of folks have answered, and it looks like most folks have answered C. Whoops, here we go. C, which is the correct answer. Okay, regardless of their use, they do need to be registered if they are over 0.55 pounds or more. So even for recreational purposes, if you just use it at the park with your kids or something like that for fun, use it at the model aircraft park, doesn't matter. You're still supposed to register that drone, that UA, I should say, unmanned aircraft, if it is over that weight requirement. Which technique should a pilot use to scan for traffic? Okay, so to scan for air traffic. Which technique? Concentrate on relative movement detected in the peripheral vision area. Continuously sweep like a windshield wiper from right to left, or systematically focus on a different segment of the sky for short intervals. Now, not every single question that I've got in my quiz I've talked about, so I'm kind of gauging you guys to see where you answer with these, and then I'll give you some explanations on the correct answers. And some of these you read them and you go, there's more than one correct answer here. But I'll do my best to explain the correct answer to you guys in a moment. So what do you guys think on this one? Which technique should a pilot use to scan for traffic? Okay, so I'm seeing a kind of a mixed bag here, which is fair. The correct answer per the exam is to systematically focus on different segments of the sky for short intervals. So I'm a little bit torn on this one. My instinct is to kind of use the B approach, continuously sweep back and forth. But I could see where they are going with here with the answer C, because in this case your focus is a little bit more. You have a little bit better chance of focusing on all areas of the sky for greater time periods. I think that's what they're trying to say. So it's kind of like you're looking at an area for 5 to 10 seconds, then you move on to the next one. Focus on that area for 5 to 10 seconds, then you move on to the next one. Okay. Like I said, not all of these answers are kind of the most obvious, but that's why we're doing this exercise. Okay, so a person whose sole task is watching the SUAS to report hazards to the rest of the crew is called the remote PIC, which stands for pilot in command, the visual observer, or the person manipulating the controls. Read the questions very carefully. All right, very good. I'm seeing a pretty unanimous vote here for B, and that is the correct answer. It is B, the visual observer. That is, for all intents and purposes, the person that, the PIC could definitely be watching the drone, but chances are the PIC is going to be watching the controller, the screen, the heads-up display, watching and monitoring the drone's camera view and maybe the map where the drone is flying, that kind of a thing. So there's a lot of other kind of places that the drone pilot is likely focused on in front of them, and not the drone itself flying in the air. But because visual line of sight is one of the rules, that's why a visual observer, their job is to always be present and to be watching. The visual observer is not supposed to look at the screen at all. The visual observer is supposed to always be eyes on where the drone is, maintain visual line of sight, and not just maintain that visual line of sight, but really the trick is, or the technique, I should say, the visual observer and the pilot in command need to be in constant communication, right? So it could be an every 30 seconds kind of check where the visual observer says all clear, or and then the remote pilot in command says, drone is going to be turning, 30 degrees to the right, or 30 degrees, or turning to 3 o'clock, just so that the visual observer knows as well that the drone is supposed to be flying where it's supposed to be taking maneuvers where it ends up flying to. That is really a technique that a crew works through and should get some maybe on-site training for, to really get good at. Just a couple other notes about visual observer. So it is possible to have multiple visual observers. And with that being said, you could have a visual observer who is a good distance away, doesn't necessarily have to be right next to the pilot, standing right next to the pilot. So as long as there is some type of open line of communication, that could be technology like using, radios, or phone, having a phone call, let's say, an active phone call where the visual observer is communicating to the drone pilot where the drone operations in the sky. And you could have several visual observers kind of daisy chained. So in the event that, say, the drone needed to fly 5 to 10 miles away. Now, this is a bit cumbersome, right? So having how many crew members involved with an operation like this can take some advanced planning. But I just wanted to mention that per the rules, it is okay to have more than one visual observer as your distance increases. It's okay as long as there is at least one visual observer that is maintaining line of sight at all times, okay? Okay, so according to 14 CFP P107, that's the fancy way of the FAA talking about the P107 rules. An SUAS is an unmanned aircraft system weighing, is it less than 55 pounds, 55 pounds or less, or 55 kilograms or less? I know this is already getting a little bit confusing, right? So I'm seeing a couple people chime in here, and the answer is less than 55 pounds, okay? Less than 55 pounds. That is when we start to categorize a small unmanned aircraft system. SUAS, UA, SUA, they all mean the same thing, okay? Just to be clear, I know that, and the reason that I sprinkle this into the quiz is because your exam is going to be very similar to this, where they have variations of the same thing, but they call it something different. But just to be clear, an SUAS is an unmanned aircraft system weighing less than 55 pounds, okay? And of course, a drone in this category would need to be registered. So here's one I haven't talked about yet, but it's good to know. What is the minimum age a person must be in order to take the FAA P107 exam? So I'm curious to see what you guys have to say on this one. 16 years of age, 13 years of age, or 18 years of age. All right, very good. Most of you are coming in. Looks like all of you have answered the correct answer here, and it is 16 years of age. It is 16 years of age. All right, here's an attitude question, okay? So what is the antidote when a pilot has a hazardous attitude, such as an anti-authority? So the antidote of the anti-authority attitude. So the pilot knows what they're doing, or follow the rules, or the rules do not apply in this situation. And it looks like everybody's chiming in with B, and that is correct. It is follow the rules. That is the opposite, the antonym of a hazardous attitude. Somebody that is follows, authority, the opposite of anti-authority. So I'm going to follow the rules here. Okay. Who holds the responsibility to ensure all crew members who are participating in the operations are not impaired by drugs or alcohol? Now, this is a little bit tricky here, right? So we have the site supervisor, the contractor, or the PIC, which stands for pilot in command. Some people say pilot in charge. I am pretty sure the FAA calls it the pilot in command. Okay, so it looks like most folks have come back and answered. And again, you have to think about specifically what is the FAA referring to? What is this referring to in the context of in the context of drones? And in this example, we're talking about the pilot in command, the PIC. Okay. So absolutely, right? You could say the site supervisor. I mean, if you're on a job site, of course, the foreman or the manager is supposed to be in charge of ensuring people aren't impaired by drugs and alcohol and send them home if they are. I mean, you could say that this is the correct answer. In the context of what is the FAA looking for and what makes sense in terms of a drone, however, we're talking about the PIC. Okay, next question. During your pre-flight inspection, you discover a small nick in the casing of the drone's battery, the SUAS battery. What action should you take? Follow the manufacturer's guidance, throw it away with the household trash, or use it as long as it still holds a charge? Yeah, very good. I'm seeing a lot of A's coming in, and that is the correct answer. Follow the manufacturer's guidance. I mean, again, it's kind of like, I have no idea what to say here. I think as you're looking at these, this one's pretty easy. With any types of batteries, you're not supposed to throw those away with household trash, right? They are hazardous materials, especially lithium batteries, lithium polymer batteries, which 99% of the drone batteries are out there. So you definitely don't want to throw those away with the household trash. And I mean, using it as long as it still holds a charge, you're really running kind of a risk there of more potential damage. Drones are not cheap investments. You could be talking about thousands of dollars, where batteries are a few $100s. So if you have an instance where there's damage to the battery, probably best to set that aside, read up on what the manufacturer says, and use something else. Okay. All right. You will run into questions about drone performance. I don't necessarily have a lot of slides about that here, but I'm going to try to give you some quiz questions so that you have an idea what I'm referring to. So drone performance question. When loading cameras or other equipment on your SUAS, mount the items in a manner that can be easily removed without the use of tools, does not adversely affect the center of gravity, is visible to the visual observer or other crew members. Again, this is in the context of drone performance. So think about it that way. When you see a question like this, we're really talking about drone performance. All right, very good. I think my hint is giving away the answer here, and it is B, does not adversely affect the center of gravity. Now, this is a bit of a curveball. You might say, why in the world would you ask this type of question? And it does, again, fall into that drone performance area. There are 3 to 4 questions about weather, which again fall into that drone performance subcategory. So I don't have enough time in this presentation to give a whole overview about weather and climate. I really wanted to focus more on the things that were pretty specific, like the rules, the airspace, and the charts. But it is good to know some of these weather and climate questions. So let's talk about some of them now, because you will likely see a handful of them in the exam. And again, they're related to drone performance. So think of these as they're asking me stuff to kind of be aware that this might affect my drone's performance. What is the characteristic of stable air? Is it cumulus clouds? Is it unlimited visibility, or is it stratiform clouds? All right, so the answer is stratiform clouds. Now, you could say unlimited visibility here as well, I think. The reason that I believe they are, that's not the correct answer out of the three is there really is no correct answer in terms of unlimited visibility. Every visibility question is going to have some metric to it as far as how far out you should be able to, as far as the visibility is concerned. Like we talked about earlier, 3 statute miles of visibility. So even in an unlimited, clear as day, clear sky day, weather outside, you're not going to run into an unlimited, even if you did have unlimited visibility, you're not supposed to fly your drone to an unlimited amount of distance away from you. So stratiform clouds do, in the context of weather, refer to stable characteristics of air, and stratiform or stratus clouds, we're referring to clouds that are, well, let's first talk about cumulus clouds. Cumulus clouds are puffy, kind of fast-moving, low in the air type of clouds, okay? And cumulus clouds often also contain a lot of precipitation or moisture, which leads to precipitation. Stratiform clouds, it could certainly be raining with stratiform clouds, but those are more in the kind of mid-altitude or mid-atmosphere clouds. Cirrus clouds are then at the very, very top, kind of in that high altitude, 10,000 feet or more kind of range. But generally speaking, if you're looking at this, you would say, okay, it's between stratiform or cumulus clouds. Your stratiform clouds are going to be an indication of much more stable air in between those two. So are you required to have a visual observer if you are wearing first-person goggles? No, yes, or only if you are in a controlled airspace? Yeah, very good. We talked about this a little bit, right? Almost everybody's coming in with the correct answer here, which is B. You absolutely are required to have a visual observer if you have first-person goggles, okay? And we're going to go over how you can get a waiver for Beyond Visual Line of Sight coming up soon. All right, here's a, this is about physical conditions. So pilots should be able to overcome the symptoms or avoid future occurrences of hyperventilation. Think about what that means, hyperventilation. And so how do you overcome that is what it's asking. How do you get over that, right? Increasing the breathing rate in order to increase your lung ventilation. Think about that. What is hyperventilation? It's like you can't breathe, right? So increase your breathing, or slow your breathing rate. Maybe breathe into a bag or talk aloud, or closely monitor the aircraft telemetry data. And I believe everybody came in with the correct answer here, so very good, right? So you guys are already coming in with the kind of common sense and obvious answers here. You're right, it is slowing your breathing rate, breathing into a bag, talking aloud. Increasing your breathing rate, it doesn't necessarily increase your lung ventilation. That just kind of could exacerbate the problem where you're struggling for air. So it's take deep breath, slow down, maybe breathe into a bag, that kind of a thing, kind of calm down your body, calm yourself down. When adapting crew resource management, CRM, you might see this question come up a few times. The crew resource management, what they're referring to is it's kind of obvious, right? But it's talking about the everybody that's involved, your entire crew. So the pilot in charge, maybe it's just the pilot in charge and the visual observer if you have a 2-man operation, but it could be also the manager or other people that are on your team. So when adapting a CRM concepts to the operation of a small UA, CRM must be integrated into. What do you guys think? This is an entire team reference here. So it's a little bit confusing, but I think you guys are on the right track. I'm seeing answers kind of flow in. And the answer is all phases of the operation. According to the FAA, your crew resource management should be involved in all operations or all phases of the operation. That doesn't mean that your CRM needs to always be involved in every drone flight, but at least, or be on site for every drone flight. But per this, the CRM has a pretty important role of being in the know, I guess, is the best way to say that. So more than just communications and more than just the flight itself. All right, back to another weather question. I have a few more questions in this quiz, and then we'll move on to the next section. So what are the characteristics of a moist, unstable air mass? Kind of talked about this a moment ago. Is it stratiform clouds with showery precipitation, poor visibility but smooth air? You could think of that as maybe like an overcast day, or cumulus clouds and showery precipitation. This would be more or less the opposite of the question we asked a moment ago. And the answer is cumulus clouds with showery precipitation. Absolutely. Unstable air masses, the key indicators of that are cumulus clouds, thunderstorm. Cumulus clouds are often an indicator of thunderstorms. The darker in color they are, obviously the blacker they are, the more likely you're going to have thunderstorms or heavy precipitation there. Okay, what is an antidote for a pilot with a hazardous attitude such as a resignation? Is it I am not helpless? What is the use? Or someone else is responsible? Think about that again, right? First I would ask myself, what does resignation mean? And then what is the opposite of that? Yeah, it's a little bit of an interesting way to ask a question, I understand. Yeah, so I'm seeing you guys kind of come in here, and the answer is I am not helpless. Okay, that's what they would say there. That's what they're looking for you to think like. I could do this, right? I'm not going to resign to being a helpless individual in this situation. That's what they're trying to get you to think like. Another performance question. So I think I mentioned this a moment ago. A damaged lithium battery can cause what? It could cause several problems, right? But it's going to cause increased endurance, so your drone's going to fly better. A change in the aircraft's center of gravity, okay, or an in-flight fire. So you guys are all right on this. In-flight fire absolutely would be the most likely answer there, the most correct answer there. I mean, we could say center of gravity depending on how damaged a lithium battery is, but the more likely answer there, or the more correct, I should properly say, is an in-flight fire. Lithium batteries are not really something to be kind of taken lightly. And the risk of fire is a pretty serious one, and that's why, just as a side note, if you're taking your drone equipment on a commercial aircraft, you're going to fly to a job site or to a trade show or something like that, and you have your drone and several batteries with you. The procedure is to when you go through, you can check the equipment, but if you carry on, the procedure is to take the batteries out and carry them on in a carry them. Actually, I should back up here. You could check the drone equipment, but you should always be carrying on the batteries themselves. You need to run those through the security conveyor, and you should tell the TSA personnel, hey, just so you know, I have some lithium drone batteries. They'll probably look at you like, okay, so what? But 9 times out of 10, it's the right thing to do. The reason being is that the FAA wants lithium batteries in the cabin. If there is an event of a fire, they could quickly put it out so that, you know, things are not kind of out of sight, out of mind, and then, you know, ends up being a much worse situation. And there are a few instances of drone, I don't know if they're necessarily drone batteries, but lithium batteries exploding or catching fire, and that's why they put that stuff out there. So before each flight, the remote PIC must ensure that ATC has granted clearance, objects carried on the SUAS are secure, or the site supervisor has approved the flight. This is a little bit of a tricky one. I'm curious to see what you guys have to say. Yeah, very good. The answer here is B. We could definitely say A as well. The site supervisor, whenever you see language like that, it's kind of like, is that a person that is involved in the drone flight? I mean, technically, maybe yes, but the site supervisor is not necessarily the PIC. So from the FAA's perspective, they want the PIC to be kind of the be-all, end-all. And so the PIC is in charge of the drone operations. And as far as the ATC thing is concerned, we'll cover that here momentarily. But we want to be clear about objects carried on the secure, so the actual drone's performance, I think, is the important thing here. I think this is the last question before we move on. So if an unstable air mass is forced upward, what type of clouds can be expected? Think about that. An unstable air mass, you know, you have a lot more kind of wind and upward momentum of air itself. What kind of clouds are going to result of that? Stratus with little vertical development, stratus with associated turbulence, or cumulus clouds with considerable vertical development. And it's a little bit tricky because when we're talking about vertical movement or upward movement, essentially what we're talking about here is cumulus clouds becoming very kind of tall and like big stacked or tall kind of marshmallows is kind of visual I'm thinking of here, but cumulus clouds with considerable vertical development. Definitely this is a characteristic of unstable air mass. And here's another one. Within how many days? I didn't actually tell you guys the answer to this, but how many days must an SUAS accident be reported to the FAA? 90, 30, or 10? So the answer is 10, and that is upon request by the FAA itself. 10 days, and the reports would go into the FAA drone zone. Okay, FAA drone zone. One more, when operating an unmanned airplane, the remote pilot should consider that the load factor on the wings, this is a performance question, on the wings may be increased any time the gross weight is reduced, the airplane is subject to maneuvers other than straight and level flights, or the battery is damaged. And this is a bit tricky here. So in this case, the answer is B. The airplane is subject to maneuvers other than straight line and level flights. And you can think about the load factor. I mean, we could even go with A as was one of the answers there, but in this case, Anytime that the drone is not kind of on a level plane, there's going to be changes to how the loads are rationed on the wings themselves. Wings, you might be flying a copter. If you're flying a copter, it's not as much of a concern because copters are designed to kind of compensate, and they generally don't fly exactly level anyways. But I just wanted to put that out there for you guys to have a reference of. Okay, let's talk about some airspace next. FAA P107 airspace, a review of the controlled airspace and authorizations. So, airspace is extremely important in the context of drone operations. Let's go over a few of the terms here and different types. There is something called security sensitive and special use / restricted airspaces. These are places like military bases, designed part of defense bases, military bases that are for defense. National landmarks, Statue of Liberty, Hoover Dam, Mount Rushmore, those type of things, right? And then certain critical infrastructure, such as nuclear power plants. Generally speaking, drone flights over security sensitive or special use restricted airspaces are not allowed. When we look at the charts, you might see stuff like this. And so I wanted to kind of highlight what you will see a special airspace or restricted airspace look like. It'll be a little note like this with a highlighted magenta here. For reasons of national security, pilots are requested to avoid flight at or below 2,900 mean sea level in this area. This is referring to, they're not talking necessarily to drone pilots, but when you think about this, it's any aircraft at all, whether it's drone or manned aircraft, is not supposed to fly below 2,900 feet. Well, we know drones can't. I guess some drones could fly that high, but drones are not even supposed to fly over 400 feet, so that's 0 to 400. So that falls right into this category, meaning that per this note, drones are not allowed to fly out here in this national security area. Maybe it's somewhere of high security clearance. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a military base, but it's some type of restricted high security area. Other types of special use airspace, prohibited areas, restricted areas, warning areas. These are all things that you'll find on the charts. And they, generally speaking, in terms of the drones, they all kind of fall into the same "you're not allowed to fly there" kind of a statement. Warning areas, military operation areas or MOAs, alert areas. This could be where there's like a firing range, and same with this, controlled firing areas here. Okay, airspace surrounding. Here's a fun fact: the airspace, all of the airspace, I should say, surrounding Washington, D.C. Is restricted, and it is the most restricted airspace in the country. So, the White House or the Capitol building, those are one thing, but unless you have an airspace authorization, you're not allowed to fly in D.C. proper at all. Wildfires are another one where you're not allowed to fly. It is illegal to fly your drone in or around wildfire operations. These are big no-nos that public safety officials take very serious. They happen more often than you would think, and it ends up grounding the manned aircrafts because they don't know, and the last thing a manned aircraft wants to do is be vulnerable to a drone. Getting caught up in a helicopter blades or plane engine or something like this. So they take it very serious, very, very serious. And with modern drones, GPS, especially with the remote ID that's coming out, they 9 times out of 10, officials will be able to find where the pilot is flying from. even if they're miles away. So it's just a risk that's not worth it, and it's something that's taken very serious. Temporary flight restrictions, or TFRs. Okay, so these are areas of airspace that are limited. So they're not always restricted, but as kind of the name states, they're temporarily restricted. There could be some hazardous conditions. Maybe there's a hazardous spill or a wildfire, or some other type of security-related event. And TFRs, you can find these on the FAA's website. TFRs contain details about the restrictions, the size, the altitude, the time period, what type of operations, and what type of restrictions, and what type of operations are permitted. So you find these things when, like I said, there's wildfires or other kind of momentary restrictions to flight areas. And these don't just apply to drones. Often they apply to commercial aircraft too. A lot of this airspace, and when we get into the maps, they're talking about all aircraft operations. And so we have to think about that. That's what the FAA is trying to get you to, as drone pilots. They want you to think like a manned aircraft pilot. You might kind of get that drift here. And the reason being is that they want you to think that way so that you're aware of potential aircraft kind of interference, right? That you don't want to fly into, because you're supposed to yield to aircraft, always yield to manned aircraft. Okay, so let me back up for a second. The TFRs are found in what's called the Notice to Airman, or NOTAM. Okay, so you can find NOTAMs by searching the web and looking at and then going to the FAA's website. So NOTAMs provide us updates on TFRs and other time-sensitive airspace restrictions. There is something called Before You Fly, where you check your NOTAMs. Okay, you can find the NOTAMs under this flight service, 1800wxbrief.com, or the Before You Fly app. You could download this app on your device, and it will bring up NOTAMs that are updated in real time. More things to discuss here related to airspace. There's something called LAANC. Okay, you'll run into this more often than not, but LAANC is something called the Low Altitude Authorization and Notification Capability. Okay, that's what that stands for. So when you come across airspace that is restricted, there is I'll show you guys in the map here. Actually, I'll just show you right now on the map. It's easier for me to show you the visual than try to explain it. Let's take a look at this little web map of airspace. Oops. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So we are looking at the what's called Visualize It website from the FAA. FAA UAS data on a map. And at first you go, it just kind of looks like a general map with some kind of weird symbols all over it. Let me zoom in a bit and kind of explain a little bit more why this is important. So if we zoom in, we start to see some of these graphics populate where we have red, green, that kind of a thing. And so when we zoom in a little bit more, we see like over here, this area. If I look at Hawthorne in Nevada, for example, and I'm curious, what does this big red polygon mean? If I click on it, it'll tell me this is a Department of Defense site. So this is an Army depot, a national security site. This is a flight restriction, a restricted area for UAS operations, right? So there's some type of military operations or something important going on here that does not permit drones from flying. Same down here. Look at that, Hawthorne Army Depot, a DOT. That looks like they're related. Let me go over here. I'll zoom over to California, to the coastal area. Let's see if we can find another example here. We talked about national parks. I think this is another military, right? Camp Roberts. Yeah, DOD. military site. Okay, here's a really good one to give you an example. So if we scroll in here on the coast, well, I guess no, this is Vandenberg Air Force Base. There are some areas where we run into national parks that are not DoD related. They will look similar to, let's see, UAS flight restrictions. Anyways, I guess the point I'm trying to make, without getting too far in the weeds with all of these specifically, anytime you see this type of red outline, these are going to be restricted areas. Likely the case because there's some type of military base, okay? More importantly, though, let's scroll into places that have these circles, this kind of circle shape with these kind of squared out little areas. What are we talking about here? If we zoom in more specifically, I hope you guys can see that there's an airport right in the center of that, okay? So in this case, I'm in somewhere in Southern California next to Ramona Airport. So there's a town here, Ramona, and there is an airport right here. And I hope you guys can make that out, but as you zoom in closer, you see that there are all of these little boxes around it. And some boxes have a 0, some boxes have a different number, 200, 300, 400, etc. Okay? So let's back up for a second. All of this area around where these boxes are is considered a restricted airspace. Or I shouldn't say restricted, let me back up. A controlled airspace. Okay, controlled airspace. Controlled airspace meaning that there is an airport and there is an air traffic control tower there. Okay? So in this case, being that this is controlled airspace, you are a little bit limited, but not completely, okay? So for flying a drone, in the areas where there is a 0, if you were to click on this, it's going to tell you that your UAS flight capabilities are a ceiling of 0, meaning that, obviously, like it's kind of like you would think here, a 0 means you're not allowed to fly your drone here, okay? 0 feet. So in this case, we're talking about the airport RNM, and this is a Class D airport. See that D right there? We're going to get into the airspace, the airports specifically here in a moment. But because this is a Class D airport, there's probably a lot of aircraft activities, and so your ceiling is set to 0. Now, why is this 0 and then right next to it there's a 200? Well, this is based on distance to the airport, okay? So given that these are 0, what you're going to have to do is take an extra step and go into the drone zone and ask for, manually ask for an airspace authorization. You can fly in 0 rectangles as long as you have airspace authorization through the FAA in the drone zone. That's something different I'm going to talk about in a second here. I'll get into more details about that. As far as the LANC is concerned, the automated airspace authorization, something like a 200 up here, if you click on that, you have the abilities to fly. This is telling you, even though this is a controlled airspace, if your drone flight was to fall within this 200 area here, I'll zoom in a little bit. If your operations were in this little zone here, you have the abilities to fly 200 feet, up to 200 feet ceiling. So not 400, but 200. Okay, it's still the same airspace. It's D, controlled airspace, but because this is a 200, you can then use a LANC approved service to provide yourself an automated airspace authorization. Okay, you don't have to go through the drone zone. Let me go back to my slides, and then you could use something here like a third-party app to get an automatic waiver for authorization. Let's go in here. So we have a little bit more explanation about LANC itself and how to use LANC. I don't know if I have any examples. There are several Lance partners. I thought it would show up in that here. I'll have to come back and ask and find that. If you want more information, either contact me after the presentation or see if we can find it at the break. I'll see what I can find. Anyways, I wanted to show the chart so that you guys know what to look for, and kind of when you come across something like that, then you're able to use one of the partners to go forward and get a Lance authorization. This is going to be a software service that then you could link your drone up and get flight authorization automatically without having to go through the FAA drone zone. Speaking of authorizations and the FAA drone zone, what does that look like? So if you're in a zone that is a 0, you need an airspace authorization, and that will give you clearance to fly your drone in a controlled airspace. Okay. Now there's probably going to be some specific limits to the flight itself, but that's something you have to work out with a human being at the FAA. Okay. Like I said, for automation, use the Lance. And when Lance doesn't allow, you would do this through Drone Zone. Let's take a look at that, what that would look like now. Actually, here, I'll get to that in a second because I have another link down here. So there's two things I wanted to cover here. Not just the Lance, which gives you airspace authorization, but also operational waivers. Okay, authorization versus waivers. Authorization is for flying in controlled airspace. Waivers are for flying beyond the rules that we discussed earlier. So all of the you cannot do stuff, you can as long as you get an operations waiver. Okay, those are the key distinctions between those two things. And operation waivers, they allow certain operations like flying over people or beyond visual line of sight, that kind of a thing. Those would be under the operation waivers guidance here. So they do allow certain operations, but again, you have to get those clearances from the FAA. So for an example would be my company wants to fly beyond visual line of sight given some kind of criteria for that these safety criteria are met. And you would obtain that through the FAA drone zone. Let's take a look at that real quickly here. Actually, I'm going to do this. Let me close this one because I want to use the one that I have logged in automatically here. There we go. Okay. So in the FAA drone zone, this is pretty neat. This is your little portal for everything related to drones. You're going to create a little account, and then you're going to log in. And this is where you essentially do everything. You have your drone, let's see, drone owners and pilots. This is where you are going to register your drones, where you're going to get your waivers, and where you're going to get your airspace authorizations. So launch drone owners and pilots dashboard. And I will show you my personal one here. Okay, so it's got me as a Part 107 user. This is where you would go in and enter yourself, register. Yeah, you do have to register. You are supposed to register yourself. Well, you're going to have to do that anyways when you register your drones. So if they're not hobby use. I'm an active user here. Here's my user account. I don't actually have any devices currently registered, but if I did want to register a drone, I would do that here, device inventory. And then here's my waivers, operation waivers, and airspace authorizations. And if I was, so I have two previous ones. I've had one that was denied and one that actually expired. The one that was denied, if I click on this manage authorizations, oh, let me back up for a second. Also, I mentioned this too, right? The accident reports. This is where you would submit your accident report as well. So in terms of managing these waivers / authorizations, if I go here, you'll see a list of different requests you've made. So I've got one here, research over a stadium. I was curious to see what happened. I kind of knew this was going to get rejected, but I wanted to see. So this was an airspace over a stadium, but it was also very close to a Class B airport. And so I'll show you the denial letter here. Thank you for submitting, but because of the latitude and longitude, you are too close to Metropolitan Oakland Airport. So there is a 0 altitude here, not allowed, okay? I'll give you an example of one where I was approved, and that was here. This has now since expired. So this was flying over a college that I worked at, drone flights over a college, and they gave us authorization. We were only allowed to fly up to 98 feet, and this was because this was in a 0 zone. So this was within about 1.5 miles of a Class B airport. Upon review, the FAA came back and said, okay, you could fly as long as you stay under 98 feet. That was our limitations there. I've yet to request any operations waivers, so I don't have any examples to share that with you. But as far as an airspace, let's make this big again. As far as an airspace authorization, here is the example of what I did for my school. So I tried to break this down into 3 different parts so you can see. And this was, the process itself was not painful per se. It took about a week or so after the request was in. So if you have to make an airspace authorization, make sure you give yourself the proper lead time to do so. I'm not going to get into all the specifics here. They did outline and ask me a lot of questions about the operations and who I am and etc. So it was something assigned to me as the Part 107 pilot, but kind of reviewing all of this, what I was specifically speaking about distance-wise, here was the college. Here's where the college was located. Let's put our laser pointer on. Here's where the college was located, okay? And here was this Class D airport. So a very busy, pretty busy airspace to be working on. And therefore, they gave us the authorization to fly at that 98 foot ceiling. Okay. Okay, moving on. I am going to get into the next short quiz. This is a much shorter quiz about airspace operations. So, and then we're going to take our break after this, folks. Just FYI. The FAA may approve your application for a waiver of provisions only when it has determined that the proposed operation will be conducted outside the United States, involves public aircraft or air carrier operations, or can be safely conducted under the terms of the certificate or waiver. What do you guys think? So very good. Everybody's looking like they're answering the same way here, and it is C, can be safely conducted under the terms of the certificate or the waiver. And that's, like I said, terms. What if we look back at the these 3 documents, there's a lot of terms in here, and a lot of this was already communicated through emails, and then it was kind of summarized into this document. So we worked out the terms through communication, and then it was kind of put into this document and saying, okay, this is these are the provisions for allowing you to fly in this airspace. And this, I'm sure operations waiver have a very similar type of kind of terms and conditions built in. Okay, so here's a good one for you guys. When the president travels to an area, the airspace becomes a LANC, a TFR, or a special use airspace. What do you think? Yeah, very good. Most people are coming in with the correct answer here, and that would be B, a temporary flight restriction. Temporary flight restriction. Yeah, when the president goes anywhere, drone operations are ceased and desist. They are not allowed, really under any circumstances, if the president is, gosh, I think it's within a 10-mile radius or something like that. You'd have to go back and actually look up these NOTAMs to find out the exact flight restrictions, radius. But absolutely, something like the president, the Super Bowl, kind of big events. I don't know if they're so specific that they get down to like concerts, but definitely big kind of societal events would classify under that TFR. Now this one, we don't really have much of an explanation beforehand here, but I'm just going to throw it out there for you guys and try to give a little bit of explanation. So a remote pilot operating near an airport, as a remote pilot operating near an airport, you should expect arriving aircraft. To join the traffic pattern, is it 45 degrees to downwind, 45 degrees to the base, or overflying the runway, overflying the runway and turning downwind? So I'll be honest with you, I don't have an aviation background. This was a bit of a guess to me. I know downwind is important, so that automatically eliminates B. And the kind of overflying thing making me go kind of question that twice. Is that really the proper operation? So it is, in this case, 45 degrees to downwind is what you could expect. Manned aircraft coming in to the traffic pattern. All right, next question. To avoid possible collision with a manned airplane, you estimate that your small UA climbed to an altitude of 600 feet above ground level. AGL means above ground level. So say there was a potential hazard, and whether it's you have to ground the drone or you have to fly above the manned aircraft, it could be a helicopter, airplane, whatever. The safest operation possible is what you should do, right? And that could be if you're flying above or below. If you can't fly, I should reword that. If you can't fly, if you can't come down fast enough, then fly above, right? And in any event that you did have to fly above, and you flew an altitude of 600 feet above the ground, then the report itself, the question is a little bit long and long-winded, but really it's a simple answer that they're looking for. Who are you going to report this to? The FAA upon request, the Air Traffic Control Tower, or the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB. So the answer there is the FAA upon request, right? And you would do that in the drone zone. Yeah, I think we kind of covered that. That's where you would go to resolve those type of things. All right, I think this is the last one before we break. So according to P107, the remote pilot in command of a small UA planning to operate within Class C airspace. All right, we haven't got into the specifics of the airspaces yet, but we will. But just know that Class E is a controlled airspace. So if you're planning to operate in a Class C airspace, you either must use a visual observer, required to receive ATC authorization, required to file a flight plan. Some of this stuff we haven't completely gone, well, I guess we have gone over it, but not to specific detail. But I want to see what you guys think here, because there could be more than one answer to this. And I'm seeing a little bit of a mixed bag come in. So in this context, these questions, you have to kind of think of them as far as context. Is this a drone operation? Is this a drone performance or a rules question? Or is this more of in this case, we could say an airspace or charts question. And it falls into that airspace land here, where the answer is required to receive ATC authorization? Answer A is 100% correct. Okay. Universally speaking, you do have to have a visual observer. Absolutely. In the context of airspace, required to receive ATC authorization would be the correct answer. And so ATC authorization could fall under the category of you got it through the drone zone. When you get that drone zone authorization, there is a note that goes to the ATC, to the air traffic controller, about your drone operations. So that's one way. It doesn't mean that you physically get on the phone and call the airport. That's not what you're supposed to do. The reason that they put drone zone and Lance in place was to have people avoid that. But they still get a notification. So it's either through drone zone or through Lance. When you do, the whole purpose of Lance is not just for kind of your own visual or your own peace of mind, I should say. It's for having an actual record in place. And when you do follow through with a Lance authorization, and remember that's automated, but when you do click and it gets that automated authorization click back at you, what happens is a note gets sent to the local ATC, and then they are providing authorization for you automatically. It's an ATC authorization. So if you were going to fly in a Class E airspace, it could come from, like I said, drone zone or from Lance. Either way, it's an ATC authorization that you are earning in that case. Okay. All right. So why don't you guys think about everything we've talked about so far? Mickey, I think it's time for us to take our break. And I just want to make one more note, and then you can say a couple things about instructions. But I guess this would be a good time, if you have any specific questions, to think about them and shoot them off. And then we can come back and answer specific questions if you have them when we come back for our break. But Mickey, if you want to say a couple things.
Yeah, so as he mentioned, it is time for our break. I did notice we had maybe a raised hand. Keep in mind that we do not use the raised hand button. So James, if you do have a question, feel free to type it into the questions tab. As he mentioned, this is a great time for everyone to just sort of brainstorm, think of questions that pop up, type it into the questions tab. We'll address them when we get back. So as for the break itself, I have 1:43 my time, that's Central Time. So we will ask that everyone be back here at 1:58 p.m. Again, that's Central Time. So add or subtract hours as is necessary. All right, so with that in mind, I hope everybody has a wonderful break. Take care. See you soon. All right, we're going to be coming back to our session in just about a minute, but before we do, I wanted to provide a quick reminder about the CE request form. As I mentioned at the beginning of the day, the CE request form is required if you want to receive credit for today's session. Now, there are a few places you can find the CE request form. First, you can find it in the Handouts tab of the GoToWebinar control panel. You'll also find it in the email that I'll be sending out after today's session is over. That email will also have the link to the quiz that you are required to complete in order to receive credit. Now, we'll talk more about that specific quiz at the end of today's session. If you have any questions, feel free to toss them into the questions tab. And as a final reminder, we do ask you get that CE request form in within 24 hours of the end of today's session. And in addition, that you please make sure to send it to the email at the bottom of the form. Now, with that in mind, Jeff, are you ready to jump back in?
I am here.
Awesome, awesome. All right, so whenever you're ready, share your screen, and I'm going to hand everyone off to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just 1 second. Finishing my lunch out here on the West Coast. Were there any questions in the chat out there? Anybody have any specific things they were wondering about that content that we covered already? I don't see any, so I'm going to take that as a no, and that's fine. We could cover those momentarily. Try to make some time for those. If you do have any, please just go ahead and write those in the questions area, and we'll get to them as we can. I'm just getting up real quick to shut my door, and then I will be right back. Okay, everybody, let's move on. And it's time to talk about FAA charts. Charts are the FAA's term for the aeronautical maps. You'll hear them called sectional charts or section charts. So this is when things get a little muddy. I'll be honest with you guys. This is when the area of the exam that unless you have an aviation background, it's gonna kind of feel totally foreign to you. So I'm gonna do my best to cover the maps in a simple way, but also highlight the things that are important for you to know, to analyze, and to kind of look for when you get out there and take your exam. They will ask you several questions. At least I would say 30 to 40% of the exam has some kind of chart component to it. So at least knowing a general overview and kind of being able to strategize and knowing what to look for will be very handy. So I have several slides, and just like before, we'll go through and we'll do some quiz questions. And then I have kind of an interactive exercise that I want to go through with everybody, where we can kind of look at some charts in the moment there. All right, so we've been talking a lot about airspace, and I've been referring to different classes of airspace, talking about controlled airspace. We did go over some restricted, special use, that kind of stuff, but now we're really talking about different controlled airspaces. When you look, what I want to do over the next several slides is identify what these airspaces look like. So the charts outline these airspaces, and it's helpful to kind of look at the chart and then try and refer to, I have another slide here. So we'll kind of bounce back and forth between this and the airspace, an airspace example, a chart example, I mean. Class B. Class B, when you see a Class B, you're looking for this large blue ring or blue rings, okay? Specific markings of Class B airspace. This is an example of Boston Airport, so Boston International Airport. Blue lines, different levels of blue text, and limits of each shelf, okay? So there are shelves to these airspace, controlled airspace. The Bravo, or the B or Bravo airspace, normally described as an upside down wedding cake with more than 2 layers, okay? So your Class B, think about those as airports that, the big international airports, okay? Big international airports. Large metropolitan areas with big international airports. Boston, Atlanta, Denver, San Francisco, New York, those type of places, okay? Notice that we talked about the shelf, and in the graphics above, we see 70 surface, or 70 SFC, which stands for surface, 70/30. Anytime you see numbers like this on these charts, add 2 zeros to the end. So these are abbreviated versions of some type of thousand. This being 70, if you add 2 zeros, that would be 7,000, right? So 7,000 to the surface, 7,000 to 3,000 is what this is trying to say. So these are designating different shelves. If we compare that to what we see over here, we're looking at in this between this ring, between this ring and this ring, okay, what we're looking at is a shelf of an upper limits of Class B between 7,000 and 3,000. And then as we get closer to the airport, a 7,000, 2,000. And there should be one here. Yeah. So then we get to the next ring. There's actually 3 rings. 1, 2, 3. The next ring is 7,000 to the surface. Okay. So drone operations, again, you have to look at your LANCE map before you try to conduct drone operations. For intensive purposes of drone operations, within the 70, I'll go to this one, the 7,000 to surface, drone operations are not going to be allowed, okay? If you were to scroll over to the next shelf, 7,000 to 2,000, or 7,000 to 3,000, drone operations could possibly be approved or be allowed because the floor of the shelf here is 2,000, and your drone's not going to go more than 400, right? So in this case, potentially drone operations are okay here or here, but not within this inner ring. Let's take a look over here and try to break this down a little bit easier. So if we look at the airspaces from a side view, we talked about the upside down wedding cake. That's what we're referring to with this Class B and Class C, okay? So when I was talking about the different rings, think of the rings now in this context of this profile, where here is your surface to, let's just use, in this case, it's 10,000, but in that other example was 7. Surface to, in this case, 10,000, right? The airspace goes from the ground all the way up to the very top of the cake here. Then, so no drone operations within this little window here, within this little shelf. The next shelf is this outer, this next ring that we would find. And in this case, it would be, I don't know, whatever this one is. Let's just call it 4,000 to 10,000. Then the next ring, 5,000 to 10,000, and then just throwing it out there as an example, 7,000 to 10,000, or whatever shows up on your map. So this is how the rings, okay, when we look at these rings and you're trying to decide what the heck is going on here, the rings correlate to something like this. What's important for a drone operator is to know where is the surface to whatever, okay, the surface to whatever classification it's got here. In this case, surface to 7,000, which would be this inner ring next to Boston Airport. Let's move on. Let's talk about Class C. Okay, Class C are airports that are fairly large in size. Probably not. They're controlled air. They're controlled air. All of these are controlled air airports, right? They all have control towers. So probably commercial operations, and I mean like commercial flights, not just private flights. But in a Class C airspace, you're likely, it's not likely to be a big international airport. That's reserved for Class B. So in Class C, there's still the shelf. There's likely going to be two rings, okay, two shelves. And in Class C, it is a solid magenta line. Picture closely the magenta text that defines the limits of each area, of each shelf, okay? In this case, we're looking at an inner core of the surface to, looks like there was a typo, so the surface to 4,400 feet mean sea level, right here, 44 to surface, okay? So in this case, drone operations not allowed next to Syracuse Airport in this inner ring. If we go out to the outer ring, it looks like we've got actually a few different types of shelves, or a few different shelves. We've got one at 4,400 to 2,300, 4,400 to 2,700, 4,400 to 1,600. Technically speaking, just based on the rules and the airspace around the second shelf, and again, you would have to check Lance before conducting any drone flights. But technically speaking, the drone flight could occur in this outer shelf, because the drone is not going to go up to 1,600 or 2,700 feet. What's really happening here when we look at this, it's trying to tell us the rules for the manned aircraft, if that makes sense, okay? So when I see stuff like this, I think about like the area I'm in right now, and the airspace lower limit, the lower shelf is say 3,000 feet. Knowing that is the lower limits of a manned aircraft, anytime I see planes flying above me, I know that they should not be lower than 3,000 feet, if that makes sense, okay? So that's what I was trying to talk about when I said the FAA wants you to think like a manned aircraft pilot. At least that's my interpretation, so that you can be aware of where they are in the sky, okay? And then you could react. Not necessarily that you have to react, but you are you have an awareness, and so then you, I guess react is the right word there. You can react accordingly. But knowing if you're in an airspace that airplanes are not supposed to be flying at a lower altitude gives you some peace of mind in terms of where manned aircraft activities could be occurring, which is then relates to your drone activities. So let's go back to our cakes here. Class C, in that example, we only had two shelves, okay? Moderately busy airports, surface to around 4,000, okay? And so the outer shelves will have a 5 nautical mile radius around them. That doesn't necessarily mean that that within 5 miles you're not allowed. The surface to the ceiling is what's important there. So anyways, yes, we've got Class C, Class B, and like I said, moderately busy airports, but not the same type of air traffic like Class B. Now, moving on to Class D. This is where things get a little bit more tricky. Okay, Class D airports are surface to, 2,500 feet to the surface. Okay, there's no rings, there's no shelves with Class D, and Class D have a 4 nautical mile radius. Okay, So from the surface to 2,500 feet, those are Class D. When we go back and we look at Class D on our charts, we see stuff like this. Notice that there's no more division line and then SFC or some other number below that. It's just some kind of two-digit outline here. Well, 25 means 2,500, 2,600, 2,700, right? That's what these are referring to. Class D are going to be dashed blue lines, okay? Not necessarily perfect circles, because sometimes they have little outliers like this, depending on where the run rate direction is, or some type of other places, like the city the city limits outlined to this area here, so there's a little bit of a, not a perfect circle kind of shape to them. Let's see, above the limit of Class D, since there are areas of Class B. Yeah, and Class D, let's kind of, I'm reading and thinking and talking at the same time. Let's just call them for what they are. Class D are smaller local municipal airports, okay? The example I was showing with the college airspace authorization, that was via a Class D airspace. And so the issues that we were running into there were that even though it wasn't a big airport, there was still a lot of private plane activities, and they used it as there was constant activity, plane activity. You'd think, oh, it's not that busy, but there's constant activities from planes, training ground, that kind of a thing. So being that we were about a mile away, and Class D has a 4 nautical mile radius of surface to something, we were definitely within that kind of no-fly zone. But because we had a communication, we were able to get a 98-foot authorization. So Class D are more common than you think, but they don't take up as much space. They don't take the radius, horizontal space, but they still do require airspace authorization if you are close enough to the airport itself. Okay. Excuse me. Now, let's talk about a couple others. There is something called Class E. All right, Class E is designated by these dashed magenta lines. Okay, dashed magenta lines. Class E is a surface to 700-foot AGL. So with Class E, you are not allowed to fly drones within the dashed magenta lines, okay? So if you see a circle like this, I don't know what the specific radius is, forgive me on that one, but you'll see, anytime you see this kind of magenta text, and here's the airport in the center, that's most likely referring to a Class E airport or Class E airspace. Class E gets even more tricky because Class E has two separate designations. There's Class E from the surface to 700 feet, and there's also Class E where the floor starts at 700 feet. Let me repeat that. There is Class E from the surface to 700 feet, which is the dashed magenta, and then there is the gradient line, which looks like this, which is Class E from 700 feet and above, okay? Class E from 700 feet and above. So because this is 700 feet and above, even though this is a controlled airspace, you are allowed to fly drones in this airspace. Like next to Roundup Airport, you are allowed to fly drones because your drone can only go up to 400 feet. So in other words, you're looking at a Class G. Class G is here, uncontrolled airspace. You're allowed to fly drones in Class G airspace, which in this case down here would be a 0 to 700 foot window you have to work with, and that's totally fine because we know that drones aren't supposed to fly that high anyways. So even if there is manned aircraft activity here, this is not a space that you have to get airspace authorization. These are usually towers. These are usually airports, little private airports that are not controlled. I would say it's still good practice to at least. So who knows? Could be private operator, could be could be in-op, could be skydiving, could be all kinds of different kind of little things happening here. If you were going to fly drones close enough to this little airport, I would still kind of be diligent and at least get a sense or reconnaissance of how airplane activity is occurring at the site, and even potentially reaching out and contacting the site manager, the airport manager. But from the FAA's perspective, if you run into this type of airspace on a chart, you will not need to have airspace authorization. There is no LANCE or any other authorization because this is from 700 feet and above. Now, there are instances where airspace can be combined. Now, here's a little unique instance of that. We see Class D around the airport itself, okay, directly around the airport itself, so surface to 2,500. And then we see Class E out in this little kind of arm here, so that would be surface to 700 feet. And then everything else around it, Class E, 700 and above. So you kind of have to scratch your head like, what? When you look at something like this. But let's just try to make this as simple as possible, right? If I wanted to fly my drone here, what can I do? So you may have to get a LANCE or a drone zone authorization to fly in either of these dashed areas. Outside of these areas, however, you are allowed to fly the drone because it is Class E from 700 feet. So technically it's Class G as soon as you go beyond these dashed lines. Now, I'll try not to get too specific here because the cool thing about the exam, when they have you look through and find charts, chart questions, there's a legend with all the symbology defined. They give that to you as part of your exam itself. You will be given not a test booklet, but I guess it is a test booklet where you have to refer to the charts. There's specific charts, and but there's other information in there as well. So they give you the legend, so you don't have to memorize all of these. What I wanted to do was just kind of quickly go over some of the important ones, the airport symbols, things to be aware of. Whenever you see this kind of smallish circle, right? Notice these all to have the same type of similar shape. Smallish circles are indications of airports, okay? Here's one where the airport's been abandoned. Here's a controlled airport. It's blue. That's an indication that it's controlled, okay? Notice the, let's see, 3-star. A lot of this stuff doesn't mean anything to us as drone pilots. The star signals a beacon at sunset and sunrise. Again, a lot of this is really more important for manned aircraft operations, but they want you to know, kind of to be aware. Restricted airports, this is for emergency use only. Here's a helipad, okay? Public airport with no hard surface or runway. So this could just be a gravel airstrip or something, a dirt airstrip. Uncontrolled airport without fuel services, just a circle and a line. If you see the lines, like the direction of the outlines here, those would be indications of where the runways or the directions of where the runways go. Here's an uncontrolled airport with fuel services and a beacon. These little notches indicate the fuel services. Again, not that it necessarily matters to us as drone pilots. Here's a seaport with fuel services. Here's one without fuel services. And then sometimes the airports have PVT next to them, which means private. Okay. It's also uncontrolled because of the magenta color on the runway outlines. So uncontrolled here. Let's see. Versus a circle. In this case, the runways are greater than 1,500 feet in length. So some of these little smaller ones, they're going to have pretty short runways. Okay. Also, check this out. In Calverton, there is potential for skydivers. So you might see stuff like this, right? And the test might ask you stuff like that. You know, where if you see this symbol, what is a likely hazard in this area? Okay, a couple more things here. Airport symbols. This is a lot of information that is important to airline pilots. So let's see, because it is magenta, that means it's uncontrolled, okay? This is the name of the airport up here. There's a weather station and its frequency. So this is the frequency for weather here. Let's see, next line is the altitude of the airport, which means the elevation of the airport, okay? 108 feet in this case, 108 feet. Let's see. It's lighted. Let's see, the front lines. Okay, so CTAF frequency. Again, none of this stuff necessarily matters to drone pilots. They might ask you stuff like, what's the elevation of the airport, or what is the radio frequency of the airport? So you would use these either here for elevation or here. The italicized are going to be the elevations of the airport itself. In this case, this airport, Clearview, is at 799 feet mean sea level, okay? Another uncontrolled airport. Here is Newark Airport with a control tower, CT, meaning control tower, okay? That's what that stands for. And this is the frequency of the tower itself, if you were going to radio the tower. These do not have, yeah. Let's move on. Okay, here are some obstacles that you, again, they may ask you questions about that you need to be aware of. You don't have to memorize these. Like I said, there's a legend that has all of this information in it, but it's important to, like I said, have a general sense of what these things mean. Here's a group of towers. Okay, that's what the little M looks like. AGL height not available here. But these towers are less than 1,000 feet, okay, in this case. Here are some towers that have lights at the top. And obstacles, AGL height, little lightning bolts. So what we're looking at here is the mean sea level. So 920, the top of it would be, I'm sorry, let's see, mean sea level, another obstacle, AGL in parentheses, the AGL, so this would be the height, the parentheses, sorry about that. I sometimes have to go back and remind myself what these mean. But whenever you see a tower and the parentheses, the number in parentheses means how high the tower is, okay, how high the tower is. The number above that would be how the elevation of the tower itself, the elevation on the ground, mean sea level. So mean sea level above ground level. That's what these are referring to. Okay. Here's another tall one. Well, actually, I guess not so tall because it's under 1,000, but 260 feet at 1846 elevation. Here's a group of particularly tall towers. Notice the symbol is different. These are over 1,000 feet tall. 1322. Again, this stuff doesn't necessarily matter to us as drone pilots, but you might find questions about similar to this on the exam. That's why I put this stuff out there. Here are some gliders, hang gliders, ultralight aircraft. So this could be like hobby aircrafts. And then these magenta flags. These are actually pretty important. They symbolize manned aircraft reporting points. So they're used in high traffic areas. And they're usually over, they put these little flags in the maps in kind of landmarks. So stadiums or bridges or things that for manned aircraft as they're flying over, they are they're like checkpoints. So they know, okay, this is a place for kind of checking in to know where I'm at in relation to the map itself. So you might find high traffic aircraft activity here. Not necessarily low altitude aircraft activity, but high traffic aircraft activity. Okay. And I have a couple more for you guys. Latitude and longitude. There will be at least one or two questions about locating something on a map based on latitude and longitude. The latitude lines are latitude defines north and south. Okay, latitude defines north and south, and longitude defines east and west. Now, what's kind of tricky here in this instance, as we are kind of defining these two things, the since latitude is north and south, it would have in this case 41 degrees north. In this case, 73 degrees west. Okay, in North America, things are always going to be north and west as far as hemispheres are concerned. And here is some terrain notes. Whenever you see numbers like this, it's telling you how high the highest obstacles are. In this case, it would be 4,600 feet mean sea level. So usually you find stuff like this to denote like peaks of mountains or, again, doesn't really matter for us as drone pilots. This is stuff for manned aircraft pilots so that they don't run into mountains, right? Marshes, wilderness areas, refuge. Yeah, let's keep going. All right, we have one more here, and then we're going to get into a quiz. So these are some of the restricted and the military airspace denotations. When you see the prohibited airspace, you'll see it have a note like this with a prohibited. Check NOTAMs daily for expansions. Okay. Here is an example of restricted airspaces. Okay. So that's 9 times out of 10 means you cannot fly your drone there. Same with these magenta lines. Magenta kind of combs are military operations. Okay. And then there might be a comb with a kind of grayish or blackish extension here, and those are military activities. So usually those are special activities, firing ranges, that kind of a thing. All right. So I know that this is going to be a little bit tricky for you guys finding some of these places, given the size of your screen that you're working with. But I'll do my best to highlight these maps and, again, try to give you examples of what the real exam is going to look like. So in this example, it's asking us, what is the approximate latitude and longitude of Cooperstown Airport? Cooperstown Airport. So you have to kind of look around here, right? And it's gonna ask you generally where's a specific airport or an obstacle. So in this case, Cooperstown. Which one's Cooperstown? Well, it's down here, right? Here's Cooperstown. Cooperstown Airport, small town, right? Small town, Cooperstown Airport. What is the latitude and longitude of Cooperstown Airport? Okay, so the best way to go about finding this is to first think of latitude. And when it comes to latitude, I know this is a bit tricky because it's got the latitude defined here with this 48. And along this line, this little black line with these notches. The problem is people try to refer to this this little black line, and they try to use that to define, which is instinctive, the latitude. But essentially what these lines are defining is your east and west, which is your longitude. So to determine the latitude, you would actually come over here to the vertical line here, because Again, latitude refers to what you would do is you would be drawing kind of a plane on one of these lines, and you have to think about what is the actual definition of north and south here. What's defining north and south on this map? And it would be the vertical line with the horizontal little notches to them. Those are the actual latitude lines. So in order to determine first the latitude of Cooperstown, I would say let's find one of these black lines with notches that are vertical and essentially kind of make a little note like right there. Okay. Now, when you take your real exam, they're going to give you scratch paper, pencil, and a calculator. So you can, and they're going to give you a book with references to maps. You can use the scratch paper and you could kind of sketch out where or how many notches, but you're not allowed to draw in the book. So in this case, we're going to try to do our best to simulate this. So I know that my latitude is about here, okay? And the same is the case for longitude. Then we would use these horizontal with vertical notches. Longitude being about right there, right? If we drew a line straight down from here and from here, that would be Cooperstown. So first, let's define what this little notch right here is. And to do that, we notice that at the top, again, there's not a lot of information I know it's giving you to work with, but at the top, it's giving us 48. That is one of the degrees of latitude. Now, since latitude is north and south, if you go in the southern direction, you're actually reducing the number, right? Because the equator is at 0, and anything up from that or north of that would be increasing numbers. In this case, we're trying to go down from what we know. We know this is 48, so we would go down. We know that this line here is 48 degrees latitude. We would go down. So that would be 47 something, 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 right? There are 60 notches. So 60 minutes of what's called 60 minutes between each degree of latitude or longitude. In this case, that means there's 60 notches here. 1, 2, 3, if we counted all these out. So what we could do, since the only thing we're given, this is a challenging one, since the only thing we're given is 48, we could then count backwards until we got to this little notch right here. Okay, so I'm going to do that, and I'm going to start, if this is considered 60, I'm going to say that this is 59, 58, 57, 56, 57, 55, 4, 3, 2, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 3, 2, 1, 40. Okay, so I'm at not 48 degrees 40 minutes. I'm at 47 degrees 40 minutes right here. Okay, so now if we keep going, 39, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 30 right here, 30 degrees right here. Okay, or sorry, 30 minutes, 47 degrees, 30 minutes latitude. And we have a few more to go. 29, 28, 26, 27, let's see, sorry, 27, 26, 25. I would say about right there. Okay, 25. So that means that this line of this little notch represents 47 degrees, 25 feet, 25 minutes north. Okay, right here. So 47 degrees, 25 minutes north. Okay. Now, if we could try to do the same thing with our longitude. In this case, we know that this is 98 degrees here, and to the right would be going down in value because 0 degrees is to the east, and to the left, going to the west, would be increasing the numbers. So this is a little bit easier. We know this is 98, so we could just start counting out. If this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, approximately 7. We could say 6 or 7 degrees west. 6 or 7 minutes. 98 degrees. Okay, 98 degrees, 6 minutes west. So I think I explained all of that to you guys. I know that was a long-winded answer, but people constantly ask me about the latitude and longitude and trying to come up with the best ways to define that. Remember, when you are trying to define latitude, you're actually counting the notches on the longitudinal line, right? The vertical line. When you're trying to define longitude, you're counting the lines that exist on the notches on the latitude itself, okay? And as far as order is concerned, it's the latitude comes first, longitude comes second. In North America, it's very easy. We're always going to be a something north and something west. Here's another one. All right, here's another one. So the approximate latitude and longitude of Minot International Airport. I know this is a little bit blurry, so I'll just highlight it for you here. This is the airport we're talking about. This is a Class D airport. This one is interesting. It says Minot. I believe that says Air Force Base, but that's kind of interesting. I don't think that that's, or it says AFB. That must not be an Air Force Base because that would be a different airspace, but that doesn't matter. We're really concerned about this right here, okay? So the latitude and longitude of this little dot right here, this controlled airspace here, controlled airport. To find the latitude, we're going to go with what we know. We have a 102 here and a 48. So in this case, we're going to use the vertical. Actually, we could use this one here. It's the same thing. We can use this vertical line here and try to count out to about this notch right there. I know this is a blurry one. Some of them don't look as clear as you would expect them to. But anyways, we can use this vertical here, knowing that this represents 48. And every time, now that we're going in the up direction, now that we're going up instead of down, we can actually count up. So I could say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let's go with 16 there, 16. So in that case, we've got 48 degrees, 16 minutes north, okay? And then for our longitude, we know that this is 102. So that means we can go, in this case, we're going to the right. So we have to count down, okay? We have to count down this time. So let's do that from here. 59, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 50, 49, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 40, 39, 38, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 30, okay? 29, 28, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 20. Okay, we're getting close. 19, 18, what about 17, 16? Okay, about 16 if we drew a straight line up there, 17, 16-ish, around there. Okay, and so the trick is, are we looking at 100 and are we looking at 102 and 16, or are we looking at 101 or 100? What are we actually looking at here? So because we're going to the right, we're decreasing our number. That means we're at 101, 101 degrees. So where was I at? I think it was this one here, right? 101, 16 feet, okay? So the answer in this case is C. Let's talk about the elevation of Shoshone County Airport. Where is Shoshone County Airport? As I'm looking at the map here, here it is down here, right? A little controlled, uncontrolled airport. What is the elevation of that airport? All right, I'm seeing some people chime in here. I know there's a lot of information to cover here. The answer is 2,227 feet, and we know that that is the elevation based on this little italicized number right here. It's always going to be in feet, not meters, since this is a United States thing. but 2,227 feet. Okay. The elevation of Chesapeake Regional Airport. Where's Chesapeake Regional Airport? What do you guys think? Is it 23, 19, or 55 feet? Yeah, so I'm seeing a little bit of a mixed bag. The answer in this case is 19 feet. And so here's Chesapeake Regional right here. Okay, CPK. 19 feet being this italicized number right there. Okay, right there. So the next one asks us, what is the floor of the Savannah Class C airspace at the shelf area, which means the outer circle? What is the floor of that airspace? Remember our shelves and what we mean by when we're talking about shelves. It's that whole upside down cake thing. So 1,300 feet, 2,500 feet, or 1,700 feet. Okay, the answer is 1,300 feet. Obviously, this is the airport here. I know things get a little bit messy when you're looking at this stuff, but this is the airport itself. And so there's two shelves to it, being that this is a Class C airspace, solid magenta lines, okay? The first shelf, 4,100 feet to the surface, and then the second shelf, 4,100 feet to 1,300 feet. Technically speaking, if we didn't know any other information here, we would be allowed to fly a drone in this shelf area. Okay, let's see. The chart below shows a gray line with VR 1667, VR 1617, and so on. Could this area present a hazard to operations of small UA? We didn't really cover that. I can only have so much time to cover all of these symbols. So what I would recommend when you see something like this that I haven't talked about yet, I would look back at the legend for the maps and say, what are these whole VR things referring to? So the answer here is that these are military training routes from the surface to 16, looking at the peak there, 1668 feet AGL. They could be flight areas where there's common military aircraft flying over, kind of varying, noticing that they generally fly to a height of 1668, but it ranges, right, between this 1617 to 1668. I think the important thing when you're looking at something like this from a drone pilot's perspective is to be, it doesn't say that it's restricted, right, in this case, since this is a Class G airspace. It's just telling you, be aware that there could be some military aircraft flying in that area, okay? Let's see. We have another question here. Coeur d'Alene, at Coeur d'Alene Airport, which frequency should be used as the Common Traffic Advisory Frequency, or CTAF, to monitor airport traffic? We briefly touched on this. All right, so the answer here, guys, is 122.8 megahertz. And that can be found, I know that this looks like Coeur d'Alene, but actually the airport itself is this class, this is Class D, right? No, Class E, sorry, Class E airspace. So it's uncontrolled, Class E airspace from the surface to 700 feet, and your CTAF frequency can be found here. Here's the thing. I'm not going to go out and say that you have to go out and buy a radio that can locate airport control tower frequencies. That's a little bit beyond what I think the scope of a drone pilot needs to do. Nevertheless, they want you to know this stuff in the event that you were called upon to check on an airport to see what that frequency, what some of those airport air traffics could look like. Okay, so questions like this will come up where you have to understand how to designate between these different little symbols and numbers that are out there. Okay, this looks like, this looks like the same chart, right? But now we're asking something different. What is the frequency for the CTAF at Putnam OWX airport in the figure below? Is it 122.7, 120.525, or 123.0? Yeah, very good. This is very similar to what we were just looking at, and it's this line. It's the number right next to the big C here, which stands for the CTAF frequency. Okay, so that's what you would use. This would be the weather one, right? Here's your weather frequency, weather information, and then here is your airport information. Aha, this is a fun one. What potential hazard could be flying? What potential hazard could there be if flying your UAS near the Robert Newland, which is FLD? Okay, Robert Newland. Where is, man, this is a busy one, huh? Where is Robert Newland, FLD? Even I'm struggling to find this one. Okay, here it is. I think this is it right here. Okay, this is it. So what's one of the potential hazards, you guys, as you're looking at this? Is it hang gliders, skydivers, or skyscrapers? Kind of keep your eyes focused on this general vicinity right here. What do you think? It's skydivers. The answer is skydivers. And so that's indicated by this little symbol right here. Okay. So this one's, let's see. This one's pretty straightforward. It's asking, what is the airspace surrounding Olympia Regional Airport, which is OLM. OLM. So half the battle is just finding what they're asking for, and then going from there. So where's OLM? It's this right here, OLM. And then ask yourself, based on the symbology, what kind of airspace is this? Is it, so first of all, it's blue and dashed, okay? Blue and dashed around OLM. What does that mean? Well, is it a Class E from 700 feet, Class D from 700 feet, or Class D from the surface? So this is a tricky one, right? Remember that Class D is always from the surface. Class D is always from the surface. Class E, Echo, is the only airspace that goes from 700 and above. Okay, so in this case, OLM is a Class D, a dashed blue line from the surface to, in this case, 2,700 feet is the answer there. Okay. I think I have time to do this. I have a little exercise. I don't know if I can, given the time that we have. We've only got about an hour and 10 minutes left. I want to make sure we cover all of the sample questions. So I'm going to do this. Unless there's any other questions right now, I don't see any that have popped up. But I'm going to do this. I'm going to table this exercise and hope that we have some time left over to cover it. If we don't, that's okay. It was kind of my interactive activity. I could share this with you guys for you to work on your own time if we don't get to it. For right now, I want to make sure we cover everything in the slides themselves. And so the next module will cover the P107 exam registration. And this is actually very short. And then we have more quiz questions that are kind of just general overview of everything, some charts, some rules, performance, etc. And then if we still have time, then we can go back and we can see if we can do this interactive exercise. Okay, so this is some information about the exam and some advice about registering. Your P107 license, like we've talked about here, it's required for any commercial UAS operations. And that could be whether you're doing real estate, photography, wedding photography, aerial surveying, whatever it is, right? Inspections, construction monitoring, that kind of a thing. Anything where there's commercial activities involved, that's not a hobby, you're supposed to get your P107 license. It's proctored at a knowledge testing center called PSI, okay, PSI. And here is a link where you can find these PSI locations. They're physical locations, so you do have to physically go and take your exam at a place. In my area, they were located next to smaller Class D airports. So you know. So I was able to go to my local airport, and they have offices set up. And it's the same type of space where manned aircraft pilots go to take their exams. They set you up in a small little cubicle. You have 2 hours to take the exam. It's a computer exam, so the only things that they give you are, like I said, scratch paper, pencil, and a calculator. I would also recommend that you take, if you need it for your eyes, I believe you can take a magnifying glass. Like you could find those, in a dollar section or something. But that could be handy when it comes to looking at those charts. Okay, especially identifying those little small objects, little small airports and obstacles and things. So the exam itself, like I said, it's an in-person experience. You have to set up an appointment to take the exam through this PSI link. They're going to make you create an account and put down some information about yourself. But it's just like anything on the internet, confirm with your email, that kind of a thing. You will pay a fee. That's $175 to take the exam. And then, so that's hopefully you passed your first time. My goal through this was to inform you enough so that you would be prepared to do that. But yeah, it's $175, and there's no, you don't get several tests for that money. You have that's for every single time. You can retake it as many times as you want. I think there's a 2-week window between when you're allowed to take the exams. But anyways, hopefully you pass the first time with that 175. You're gonna pay that money through the PSI website when you're registering. Again, back to the registration, you'll pick your site, then you'll pick a date and a time. So it'll be a 2-hour window that you set aside to go take your exam. You will receive you will get your results right away at the test center. They won't tell you the questions that you missed, but they will tell you how many and what categories you missed. The exam is valid, your license is valid for 2 years. And after those 2 years, you have to log in and take a recurrent training, which is free. So there's an online training, an online course. It's a very short course. It's like a 2-hour course, asynchronous. So you could take it at your own pace, self-paced course that you take through the FAA. And it's free. You don't have to pay for that anymore. You don't have to pay to take that exam and recertify, recertify to get your license. So that's how you stay current. Every couple years they update the questions. Most of them are around the same type of content. but they do sprinkle in questions based on little rule changes that have occurred over time. What else? There's 60 questions on the exam. 60 questions on the exam, and you are allowed. You need to score a 70% to pass. It's a pass-fail, so 70%, which means you can miss 18 questions or less, and you'll get a passing score. Like I said, they will give you the results right then and there since it's on a computer, and then you have to wait, about a month or so, and they send you your actual hard copy license that looks like the picture right there. Okay, let's cover a few. I just wanted to share this as well. Hopefully you were able to take a lot out of this seminar, but just as an additional resource, I highly recommend investing in this remote pilot test prep textbook. It's very, very good, up to date. There's actually a 2023 version that's out now that came out a couple months ago. Yeah, I've heard rave reviews about students that have used my material and then they couple it with this, and they use it to study. And there's several practical exams on there as well, practice tests. So by using this plus my material, it should help you get over the hump. I think this book is around $20, so it's worth it. I think it's a really good supplement to this seminar here. All right, we still have about an hour, so I think we're going to be able to get through that other exercise. But let's go ahead and cover some remaining questions that I have for everybody, and then we will go from there. Okay, identify the hazardous attitude or characteristic a remote pilot displays while taking risks in order to impress others. What type of attitude is that? Is it macho? Is it impulsivity? Or is it invulnerability? Trying to impress others. Okay, this is macho. Okay, this would be macho, or machismo, right? This is the language they use, folks. I didn't make up these questions or these answers. This is the language they use. But it's good to know, like I said, when this stuff does come up, and you will see it. So the macho person tries to take risks. We talked about the antidote, which is well, we didn't talk about antidote of macho. We talked about antidote of someone that doesn't follow the rules. Anyways, this would be kind of a safe person, or a safe, take all safety precautions seriously, I guess would be the antidote for this. According to P107, what is required to operate a SUAS within 30 minutes after official sunset? So if you're going to operate at night, what's required? You must operate in a rural area, you must use a transponder, or you must use anti-collision lights. Yeah, this one's pretty good. This one's pretty straightforward, right? It's that anti-collision lights thing. And they need to be visible within 3 miles, 3 statute miles, okay? Anti-collision lights. All right, a charts question here. So what class of airspace surrounds Northwood Muni Airport? Northwood Muni Airport. First, let's locate Northwood Muni. Okay, this looks semi-familiar, right? We already did the Cooperstown question, which was down here. There are several airports around, private airports. Okay, PVT, PVT, PVT. Notice all of those. Here is the Northwood Municipal Airport, right here. Northwood Muni Airport. Okay, so it's a pretty straightforward question. What is the airspace here, guys? Is it Class D? Is it Class E with a floor of 700 feet and above? Or is it Class E with a floor from the surface? Remember, the gradient magenta lines, what does that mean? And this is referring to a Class E airspace, but from 700 feet and above. From 700 feet and above. So for all intents and purposes, drone flights are allowed in this little airspace here. Same with Cooperstown. It's the exact same thing, right? All of these little ones like this are. Okay. Now here is some restricted airspace because it is a national refuge. So drone operations are likely not possible here. Restricted airspace because of wildlife, and then in addition to that, here is a restricted airspace because of a military zone. See that here? This little magenta cone. I'm sure if we went over a little bit, we would see where the military operations actually exist. With regard, what is true regarding the presence of alcohol within the human body? Consuming the equal amount of water will increase the destruction of alcohol and alleviate a hangover. Judgment and decision-making abilities can be adversely affected by even small amounts of alcohol. A small amount of alcohol increases vision acuity. Yeah, I mean, err on the side of caution here, right? You know, in this case, judgment and decision-making abilities can be adversely affected by even a small amount of alcohol. So regardless of if A is a strategy you may participate in, B is really the more appropriate answer in this instance, because what they're looking for is alcohol and drugs. Any type of inebriation is bad when it comes to drone piloting. Okay, so almost like think of this like getting your driver's license. Anything related to an alcohol question, always err on the side of caution. Next question. To ensure that unmanned aircraft center of gravity limits are not exceeded, this is a drone performance question now, are not exceeded, follow the aircraft loading instructions specified in the manufacturer's aircraft model handbook, the pilot operations handbook, or the pilot's operations handbook, or the aeronautical information manual. Okay, and this is very similar to what we talked about before. I think it was a loading question. Refer to the manufacturers. It was a nick in a battery. There was a couple questions that were similar to this, but they want you to refer back to what the model manufacturer suggests in their handbook and technical documentation. Next question. Glacier Peak has an elevation of 10,560 feet. What is the lowest altitude a manned aircraft pilot is allowed to fly in this area? So let's find Glacier Peak. Glacier Peak is right here. Okay, Glacier Peak is right here. And we see that it's got that elevation of 10,560. Okay. So the real question, as we are trying to figure this out, is what about manned aircraft pilots? How low are they allowed to fly, or should they should not fly any lower than, I guess is a better way to put this, because this is a pretty tall mountain. There's a lot of topography here. So what would be that lowest advisable altitude for a manned aircraft pilot? Okay, everybody's close. So, well, actually, no, we're not that close because everybody's putting A. So here's the thing: you don't want to be flying a manned aircraft at 10,560 because that's going to be right where the peak is, right? You're essentially going to fly into the mountain there. So there needs to be some type of buffer built into that. And, yes, while this is indicating the altitude, the elevation of this peak. When I say elevation, I'm referring to what's on the ground or the surface. When I say altitude, I'm talking about what's in the air, okay? So the elevation of Glacier Peak, 10,560, manned aircraft should not be flying that low whatsoever. And actually, in reality, the advisable altitude is given right here, this 10.9. Remember, when you see symbology like this, always add 2 zeros at the end. Okay, so this would be 10,900, 10,900 feet. Okay, 10,900 feet. What? 10,900 feet. What does that mean? Well, this is an advertisement for the lowest altitude for a manned aircraft pilot within this kind of general vicinity here. Okay, so and that is based on this peak here being 10,560. They've given, actually it's not even that much, but they've given about a 340 foot buffer between this floor. This is all, let's be clear real quick. This is all uncontrolled airspace, by the way, right? So we're kind of into a different zone or a different way of thinking. Since this is all uncontrolled, there's no airports around here. But what's important is knowing that the manned aircraft are going to be flying potentially only 400 feet above when you go to this very top. Hopefully they would be flying higher than that. And again, it's 400 feet, and this is mean sea level, not above ground level. Yeah, so mean sea level, we're talking about the what does the manned aircraft pilots, what are their gauges? Well, they have an altimeter or altimeter, right? They could tell how high they are above sea level, and this would be 10,900 feet above mean sea level. That's what this is referring to. That's what this is also referring to. 10,560 feet elevation. Well, elevation is referring to what is zero there? Well, zero would be sea level, right? Mean sea level. So in this case, just to be clear, this would be the recommendation. 10,900, put 2 zeros at the end, 10,900 feet MSL, okay? The whole reason why that's important, say you were flying a drone at the top of this peak, I don't see any specific limitations to doing that, at least on this initial map. And that's great. You probably get some great views. It looks like there's a lot of canyons and other things out here. But you would want to be aware that there is potential aircraft that could be flying low at less than 400 feet from where this top of this peak is. That's why they put that out there like that. Okay, next question. You have been hired to inspect a 300-foot tower with your small UA near Claremont Airstrip. Okay, can you fly the UA given the airspace around Claremont? So where is Claremont Airstrip? Let's find that first. Given that it's saying it's an airstrip, that means it's probably not a controlled space. So it's probably doesn't have any kind of blue or dashed lines around it. And it looks like it's right here in the center. Okay, here we go, Claremont. This is near Philadelphia, it looks like. So here we are in Claremont, and we see that, yeah, it's just a little airstrip right here. But what is the airspace around it, right? I would say around this little airstrip, we see the gradient line pointing inwards towards Claremont, right? This gradient magenta. Up here, we have a Class D around Newcastle, but around here, we have that gradient magenta. So all of this would be what airspace? Okay, given that this is a Class E, 700 and above, we can then decipher what the answers are. And so the question about can you fly your drone here? No, this airspace is Class D. We know that that's not correct. Yes, the airspace is Class E above 700 feet. Or yes, the airspace is Class E from the surface. Well, this would not make sense. So in that case, it would be B is the answer. When using a small UA in a commercial operation, who is responsible for briefing the participants about emergency procedures? The lead visual observer, the remote PIC, the FAA inspector in charge. I think you're all starting to get the theme here. The answer is the remote PIC. Okay, the remote PIC. You have been hired as a remote pilot by a local TV news station to film breaking news with a small UA. Now be careful. Sometimes these questions are very wordy when really they're only looking for something simple as the answer. Okay, so you're hired as a remote pilot by a news station. You expressed a safety concern, and the station manager has instructed you to fly first, ask questions later. What type of hazardous attitude is represented here? Is it invulnerability, machismo, or impulsivity? All right, yeah, this is good. I'm seeing a little bit of a mixed reaction out there. So the answer they're looking for is impulsivity, and you could say machismo too, right? Kind of a well, actually the difference with the machismo is more the macho. I'm trying to impress somebody kind of a thing, whereas in this case it's do the job and then see what happens, I think is what they're trying to say here. So impulsivity is, just reacting without really thinking too much or putting a lot of thought behind something. So the answer in this case would be impulsivity. Next question, you want to fly your UAS over a marsh in the town of Montgomery. The airspace authorization required to fly is airspace authorization required to fly in this area? So this is a busy one, right? And it's asking for fly over a marsh in the town of Montgomery. First, let's find Montgomery. Where is Montgomery? This is tricky, right? This is what I mean. Like if you have a magnifying glass, when you're in the moment, it can actually help you quite a bit when you're taking the real exam. So Montgomery is down here. This little town down here, okay? Down here. So is airspace authorization required to fly? Well, we have to ask ourselves, what is the airspace down here? What is this airspace around it? Is this Class B? This would be Class C up here around Savannah. But around Montgomery? Not really, right? This is Class E with a 700 and above classification. So technically speaking, around here, it's Class G. So the answer is airspace authorization required? No, it is Class E from 700 feet in this area. Okay? Which means you do not have to get airspace authorization because it is a 700 foot and above thing. Okay? So yeah, we don't need, even though this says yes, even though this part says Class E from 700 in this area, but you do not need to get the airspace authorization. So you would eliminate this, and actually you could eliminate this too. Under what conditions should the operator of a small UA establish a scheduled maintenance protocol? When the FAA requires you to, following an accident, UAS do not need a required maintenance schedule or when the manufacturer does not provide a maintenance schedule. Bit of a tricky one here. So the answer is when the manufacturer does not provide a maintenance schedule. Yeah, so in this instance, I mean, again, they're going to lean on the manufacturer, ask the manufacturer recommendations for a lot of these answers. And you're not going to really run into the FAA asking you for this kind of a thing. So you can eliminate that top one. Do not need a maintenance schedule. I would argue that this is not true at all, especially when it comes to batteries. And it could be something as simple as checking that the batteries are charged every 3 months, even if they don't get used, right? Checking that the props are still tightened every month or so. Depends on what the manufacturer says, and then obviously if that's something that you want to refine a little bit more, by all means. Like, they're not going to hold that against you. Okay, I have a few more questions to go, and then we have plenty of time to get through the interactive exercise. So one more here about you're a remote pilot for a co-op energy service provider. You are to use your UA to inspect power lines in a remote area 15 hours away from your home office. After the drive, fatigue impacts your abilities to complete your assignment on time. So think about how wordy that question is. They're trying to kind of play tricks with you, when really the whole question could have said fatigue can be recognized as. So fatigue can be recognized as what? Being in an impaired state, ability to overcome sleep deprivation. Fatigue can be recognized easily by an experienced pilot. Err on the side of safety here, folks. Okay, so an impaired state, right? Fatigue itself, when they say impaired, they don't mean only under the influence of drugs and alcohol. It means person can't operate and execute, in a normal manner, and definitely fatigue, being tired from a 15-hour drive, could be a cause of this. So you could say fatigue can be easily recognized by an experienced pilot. Okay, but is that really as correct of an answer as giving the definition here? I think the definition itself is what they're looking for. Again, more wordy questions, right? More wordy questions. Local TV station has hired a remote pilot to operate their small UA to cover news stories. The remote pilot has had multiple near misses with obstacles and 2 accidents. What would be a solution for the news station to improve their operating safety culture? The news station does not need to make any changes. There are times that accidents are unavoidable. B, the news station should recognize hazardous attitudes and situations and develop a standard operating procedure that emphasizes safety. Or C, the news station should implement a policy of no more than 5 crashes or incidents within 6 months. Okay, so again, err on the side of safety, right? The news station should recognize a hazardous attitude in situations and develop standard operating procedures. That makes the most sense here. Certainly, you could say C, as far as kind of an internal policy, but that's more or less kind of an individual or organizational thing that wouldn't be as general as what they're looking for here. So I think B is the most correct answer. Okay, another airspace question. So you have been hired to fly your SUAS at a wedding in the town of Key West. Is airspace authorization required before your flight? Where is Key West? Okay, Key West is right here. Okay, Key West is right here. Okay, so interesting thing here. This is kind of a trick question answer. So we have to be kind of careful about picking the most appropriate answer out of all of these, right? So it says here, the answer is yes, the airspace is Class E above 700 feet. Yes, the airspace is Class E from the surface. No, the airspace is Class E from above 700 feet. So the correct answer is E from the surface. And we could say E or D. Frankly, I think D is, as I'm looking at this, it's kind of a typo because D is the more correct answer, where Key West is itself. But going off of this, and if we looked at the kind of outliers here, we notice that there's several mixed airspaces going on here, right? We have a D here in the blue. We have a E in the magenta dash right here, the magenta dash, which is from 0 to 700 feet, from surface to 700 feet. And then we have an E from 700 and above, okay? So for Key West, you would need to have airspace authorization. This should say Class D. I mean, we could say E here as well. I think that's got in there as a typo because the E is intermixing here. But regardless, it's from the surface. Class E with dashed or Class D with dashed always is from the surface. Okay. Class E with a gradient is from 700 and above. So you could fly your drone without any authorization as soon as you got out of any of these dashed lines. Over here, over here, over here, that kind of a thing. I see Christopher has asked a question a couple times here, not really understanding the difference on the map for Class G versus E for the shaded circle. So Christopher, when we look at this map, okay, let's focus solely on like this little area here from where my laser is here, boom, 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 right? Something like that. So what's happening is this is considered Class E airspace, but only from, if you think about the ground and you go up 700 feet in the air, this gradient airspace doesn't actually start until 700 feet and above. So that means that everything below this gradient is Class G. And in Class G airspace, you're allowed to fly your drone. Now, if we look at this dashed magenta, then we're talking about, again, Class E, but from the surface and above, okay? So in the dashed areas, no drone flights. In the gradient areas, drone flights are okay. Did that answer your question, Christopher? Okay. So we have about 30 minutes. Okay, good. We have about 30 minutes left, and I think that's perfect timing for us. If there's any other questions, by all means, now's a great time. I'm going to try and go through this little chart exercise. I know I'm kind of beating this stuff through you here, but it's really important to know the charts and the maps and the airspace. I'm telling you guys, you're going to find at least half the questions or more are about this stuff. And like I said, for those that don't have an aviation background, this is all brand new information. Let's see what's the best way to do this. Maybe I can put that like this. So I have a chart that I want to pull up and try to kind of walk through at the same time we are doing our presentation here and answer some questions with you guys. Okay, so you see my little chart over here. These are easy to download. You can find these just by searching Google and say whatever area you want to find and say section chart. That's what I did for this one, San Francisco sectional chart. You can also, I found it was kind of cool. You could buy them on Amazon, the same ones they use at the airport. So, you know, if you wanted one that was, I don't know, they're generally speaking they're pretty big in size because they hang them up on the airport in the airport walls. So they're like 3 feet by 5 feet. These big, massive kind of posters. I've had students tell me that they bought them before. They're only like 10 to 20 bucks. But they're, you know, you can imagine the level of detail, something at that scale versus something on a small computer screen. So just little tips to help you through this. Okay, so let me try to make this a little bit easier to work through here. Here we are in the San Francisco Bay Area, where we've got San Francisco right here. We've got San Francisco Airport, Oakland Airport, San Jose Airport. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. You know, we're talking about a metropolitan area of close to 10 million people, and a lot of unique and varied airspaces. So I wanted to walk through a couple examples here that I use with my other students. Let's go through these, try our best to make sense of this stuff. Find the Concord Airport. What is the ceiling for this airspace? Now, obviously, if you're not familiar with this area, you're not going to know where to look. So I'll kind of help you guys as we walk through this. The Concord Airport. Concord is a city, about 100,000 or so people out in the Northeast Bay region. So I'm going to scroll in here, zoom in a little bit. And I found Concord here. Okay. Now I know that the airspace is this kind of dashed blue line like this. Okay, I know this is a controlled airspace tower. Just FYI, I was talking about the airspace authorization I had to get from my college, and that was about right here. I don't know if you can see my mouse doing that, but that was about this location right about here. Okay, so I'll zoom in a little bit more. Here is the Concord Airport. It's called Buchanan Airport, CCR. It is a control tower airport, CT. Okay, here's the radio frequency for the control tower, the CTAF. Here's the elevation, 26. No, sorry, this is the CTAF frequency. This would be, I believe, the weather. Anyways, that's not necessarily relevant to the question. It's asking us, what is the ceiling of this airspace? The ceiling of this airspace. So when we look at this, okay, what is the ceiling? Well, we know that first we have to classify what is this airspace. Being that this is a dashed blue circle, and actually it's got a little bit of a lip out here. This is a Class D for Delta airspace, okay? Class D for Delta. So we know that Class D goes from the surface, always is from the surface to something, right? Surface to something. And actually the question is asking us what's the ceiling of this airspace. So in this case, we're talking about this number right here, okay? There's no division and then SFC or other number because there's no shelves here. It's just one continuous airspace, Class D. So it goes from surface to 2,500 feet is the answer, 2,500 feet. Okay, that's the first one. Next question. Locate the Byron Airport. What airspace is this? Let's find Byron. That's another small town. I'll zoom out. Okay. Byron is a city, a small city out here in the far east, kind of in the valley area. So here's the city of Byron, right here. Okay. Here is the airport. We see the airport here. There is no control tower. There is some hang glider activity and some skydiving activities. Okay, there's a little beacon for sunrise, sunsets light being lit at those times. But again, none of that stuff matters per se, because the question is asking us, after we've located it, what is the airspace here? So there's two parts to the question. What is the airspace, and are you allowed to fly your UAS in this airspace? What do you guys think? Okay, you see the magenta gradient like this. Okay, there's no other dashed lines around it. Okay, so this is a Class E airspace from 700 feet and above. 700 feet and above around Byron, which means you are allowed to fly drones at or near this airport. The thing that is important, and this is because of the symbols we see around here, that you got to be aware if you're flying your drone near this airport, not just of manned aircrafts, but skydivers and hang gliders right here, right? So it's probably a very recreational little airport, private airport that's out there. Actually, it's not private. It's part of. It looks like it's city owned. But there's a lot of activities. Even though this is kind of a small town out in the middle of nowhere, there's a lot of recreational activities happening in the airspace around this airport. Okay, locate the Oakland airport. Let's find that next. Oops, too far. Oh, by the way, when I was telling you guys about the symbology and the legend, check this out. When you go take your exam, you will get a legend that looks like this. Actually, all of this. Okay, all of this with symbols and even some airspace classifications. If you zoom in on here, it tells you all the same stuff that I'm talking about here. These here, Class E airspace with floors of 700 feet above the surface, laterally abuts to Class G airspace. That's a fancy way of saying 700 feet and above, this is Class E. However, this is Class G below that, meaning you can fly your drones here. Back up. Let's find Oakland Airport. Okay, we know that this is the city of Oakland over here, to the east of San Francisco. If I zoom in a little bit, okay, I see my runways like this. This is a Class C airport. Class C, okay, Class C. So let's zoom into the airport, because it's asking us, what is the length of the longest runway? What is the length of the longest runway? Well, the longest runway out here would be from here to there, okay? So this is an instance where you would have to take the ruler that they supply to you, measure what that distance is, and then compare that to the scale. I'm zooming out again. The scale on the map. And I believe it gives us a scale. So some of this stuff you have to really kind of look for you have to dig in a bit. It gives us a scale down here at the bottom of the map. Now, I don't know, obviously these are not multiple choice, but if you were to measure from here to whatever, it would be giving you whatever that distance was. So again, if we had a ruler, we could say, okay, and you draw a line on your scratch paper, take that line and then kind of compare it to down here with these scales, it would be somewhere in the vein of, between 0 to 5. Looks pretty close to 0 to 5 statute miles. So probably about 5 miles or so. Maybe about half that. It didn't look about that big. That's an instance where it's a little bit more interactive. You'd have to have the ruler and go about measuring that. You might see a question like that, though. That's why I wanted to put it out there, okay, with multiple choice answers to choose from. Locate the San Martin Airport. This one is near Gilroy, the city of Gilroy. Okay, so that's another small town, or smaller city, I should say. And that is to the south area. I see Gilroy down here, way at the bottom of this map. I'll scroll in and see what we're talking about. All right, so it gave me a hint that San Martin Airport is near the city of Gilroy. So here's Gilroy. We see that that's a flag, so that's an indicator of some high aircraft activity happening here. It's kind of a checkpoint, like I said. San Martin Airport is right here, right? Again, let's take a look at some of the things when we go back, before we go back to the question. We see that there's a little beacon. There is skydivers activity out here, but not too much else. It's just one airstrip, it looks like. This is a highway here and a railroad track. So it is near a pretty high traffic area. But the actual airport itself doesn't appear to be a big, obvious airport. So it says, it says choose the correct answer about the airport. I think one of the answers was, does it have a control tower or not? Apologies. I don't have the actual answers in front of me. But one of the answers was, does it have a control tower or not? And being that this does not have a CT next to San Martin, it does not. Nor is it blue in color. It's magenta in color. So we know that this is not a controlled airspace tower. It does not have a control tower, ATC, air traffic control tower. Next question. Locate the Livermore Airport. We're almost done. Once we finish this, then that'll be the conclusion of our time today. We can save a little bit of time if there's some questions. Where's the Livermore Airport? Livermore is a city to the East Bay. So I found Livermore right here. This is a pretty good, clear definition, actually, compared to everything else. We see Livermore Airport here, blue, so it's got a control tower. We see the dashed blue circle around it, like this. Okay. And what is the latitude and longitude of the airport, of the runway? So we can go with this runway here. Okay, this is the runway. And we're looking for the latitude and longitude of that. So, like we looked at earlier, what's the trick? We need to find these black latitude and longitude lines where we know we see these little tick marks, and we need to define first the latitude and then the longitude. Okay? So if we could determine what our latitude and longitude are, first we have to find what those lines represent. In this case, 121, if I zoom in a little bit more. So this actually tells us 121 degrees, 45 minutes. And this would be, sorry, that's longitude. I'm looking for latitude first. Let's find latitude. We can find latitude all the way at the far, right here. Latitude all the way here at the far side of the map. So 3715 here. And we know Livermore is up there. So we can actually use this as a guide and scroll over to our longitudinal line that's the closest to Livermore, which is this one. So a lot of this stuff I'm kind of doing with my eyes. I know it's hard for you guys to kind of follow along, but if you had a ruler and your scratch paper in the real world, you'd be able to do this stuff kind of like I'm doing here as an exercise. So this is the vertical line I'm going to base my values off of, and I know I'm going north, so I'm going to count up. And in this case, since I'm starting from 3715, I'm going to count up from 15. So if this is 15, this would be 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, so 37 degrees, 30 minutes. We're getting closer here. This is 30 minutes here, and we're trying to go all the way up to here. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, kind of somewhere in between there. I would say 37 degrees, 42 minutes. Okay, 37 degrees, 37 degrees, 37 minutes north. Okay, that's our latitude. Now, as far as longitude is concerned, we can use this. I guess this value up here. So we need to determine. We can determine that value based on the vertical line. What that value is, 121.45, and we know we're going to be counting to the left, which means we're counting up in value. Okay, since we're going to the west. So in that case, if I scroll back up and I'm keeping my mouse kind of on this vertical line, and then I'm going to use right here, this intersection, I'm going to count along this horizontal latitude line here. So if it was 45, that would mean 46, 47, 48, 49. We could call it 49 and a half. Let's just round it up to 50. So 121 degrees, 50 minutes west longitude. Everybody get that? 37 north, 121. What did I say? 121.50? Yeah, 121.50 west. Next question. Locate Stanford University. Okay, you'll recognize the university if you find the Stanford Stadium diamond symbol. Let's take a look and find Stanford. Stanford University is in the peninsula area south of San Francisco. So it asks us here, it tells us you'll recognize the university if you look for the Stanford Stadium diamond symbol. Now, obviously, like I said, you guys aren't familiar with this area, so it's a little bit tough. But if we scroll in, we can look for little diamonds. Here we go. Here's a diamond here. This just says stadium. Here's a diamond here that says stadium, and it actually says Stanford Stadium. Let's see if we can find any other stadiums. Here's a stadium here. Here's a stadium up here. So you get the idea, right? Here's a Stanford Stadium. It also has a flag, okay? So where is the Stanford Stadium itself? Well, this is a little bit tricky, and this is where kind of the designation between these maps, they're not as detailed as you might want them to be. In this context, I would say the university itself is this black square, and the stadium is this diamond location. So the center point of each of these things is defining where they are located in the context of airspace. So the question is, can you fly UAS over the university without airspace authorization? Over the university itself? Well, here's the university, right? Over here. Notice that we've got something happening right next to it. This is a Class D airspace, blue dashed lines, but the university itself is outside of that airspace, right? As we look at it, let me zoom in a little bit more. That's as far as I can go. So here's the university itself. Here's the airspace. Technically speaking, we could fly the drone here at the university. Now, the university might have their own rules, so that's a different story. But in terms of P107, yes, we could fly the drone, and we would also have to check LANCE, right? So this is kind of a multi-step process to get clearance to fly at something like a Stanford University. First stage, we look at the section chart, and we have clearance, right? We have clearance to fly over the university itself. Can you fly over the stadium, however? Again, within the context of airspace, no, because the stadium falls within this dashed line, right? Now, again, I don't know how clear and defined and precise these little symbols are. In my experience visiting this campus, it's kind of all one thing, and that's usually the case with most places. So it's a bit tricky to say I can fly at the stadium, but I can't fly, or I can fly at the university, but I can't fly at the stadium. And in that case, really the Lance map itself would help. And we can actually do that now. Let me see. Since we're getting into it here, I'm going to say, what was it here? Just to clear this all up, since we passed one step, let's see if we can find what the visualize it says. Okay. So this is a bit tricky still. Let's zoom out and I'll show you what I mean. Okay, we have there's an airport over here somewhere. Where is that airport? It's San Carlos Airport. I don't remember, but there's a couple of airports out here. Anyways, let's go back to the stadium itself. And you could say, well, as you're observing this, we have a big 0 over the central part of what's called Stanford University. So if I click on that, it says 0 feet. And we have a Class D airspace, just like we looked at a moment ago. So for all intents and purposes, you cannot fly in this box. You cannot fly in this box. Here's Stanford Stadium. Check this out, everybody. If we scroll into Stanford Stadium, and actually this might help if I turn on a different layer instead of the road map. If I turn on the image map, I guess that doesn't help all that much. But here's Stanford Stadium. Stanford Stadium is a 300-foot. You are allowed to fly up to 300 feet, even though this is still Class D. For whatever reason, over in this part of Stanford, you are not. So, like I said, the section chart tells one story. Then the next step would be to dive into the visualize it map where you would get the Lance clearance. In this case, you would need Lance clearance for here. You would need drone zone clearance for here. You would need drone zone clearance for here. You would not need drone zone. You could do Lance for here. So I know this is all a bit confusing. I'm not trying to do that to you guys. I'm just trying to share with you guys some real world examples. Stanford itself is a massive campus, right? So we see other parts of the university over here where you could fly without any regard or limitations whatsoever up to 400 feet, right? Total Class G airspace out here. Again, like I said, the university itself likely has their own drone policies, and then that would be the next step of, what local rules and do I need to follow as far as the individual place is concerned. Something like Stanford is kind of a high security area. I mean, so they probably have their own, I don't know, I'm just using this as an example. They probably have their own set of rules. Although it is an academic institution, so there's probably drone research happening, I would imagine. Yeah, so I hope that was helpful. Let's get back to our slide deck here. And I know we're about 10 minutes ahead, but for me, I don't have anything else on the docket. We went through all of the quiz and all of the slides. So I'm going to leave it. I'm going to turn it over to Mickey and see if there's any questions in the group.
All right. Well, with that in mind, we have actually 25 minutes left since our session ends at 4:15 today. We do have to fill the time, so this is a great chance to ask all the questions that you may have about this program, or maybe related questions, about maybe what's the best drone or things like that. So why don't we give everyone a 5-minute question brainstorm break.
That sounds great.
Let's have everyone, and this is a good chance to stretch, move around, wiggle your legs, get some caffeine for the last push in the afternoon. But as I said, let's brainstorm some questions so that the last 20 minutes we can, again, fill the time. And again, it's an excellent opportunity to get information about this license exam. All right, so I have 3:52 on my end, so we'll start back up at 3:57. Again, my time is Central Time, so add or subtract an hour or two depending on where you live. All right, so let's do a 5-minute break, brainstorm some questions, toss them in the questions tab.
Thanks, everybody. Those questions could be anything related to drones, drone models, anything. Like Mickey said, open to anything you guys got out there.
All right, so now is your chance to ask some questions. Jeffrey, as long as you are ready, we'd love it if you could type in your questions into the questions tab, so he'll be able to answer them.
Yep, thanks. I'm game. Anything you guys got about the license, exam preparation, rules, airspace, charts, or drone, etc. I've been doing drone work for almost a decade. So got my drone license a week after it came out in 2016. So I've seen a lot of changes to the rules, helped a lot of people get their license, and also been a pilot and flown lots and lots of jobs in almost any kind of situation you could think of. So if there's anything you guys have that you wanted to ask, go for it.
Can you give us a few examples of how the rules, like particular rules that have changed over time?
Yeah, sure, great. Here's the thing I tell people: the charts. As far as things that let me first say the things that have stayed the same, and that's been for 7 years. The charts, the airspace, those have not changed at all. So everything I covered today has been exactly the same. As far as the rules, the 400. Let's go. I'll show you a slide here. So the visual line of sight, the 400 feet, the below 100 miles an hour, and the yield to manned aircraft, those have all been the same. The weight has been the same. The things that have changed, I mentioned, have been flying. There has been an addendum where you can now fly at night. It used to be you could only fly during the day. So now you can fly at night. That is when I say changed, the most recent update was the middle of 2021. You can fly at night as long as you have those anti-collision lights. You're allowed to fly over moving vehicles as long as it's not a sustained flight. So like I was saying in the presentation, no flying over and hovering over busy interstates and highways, that kind of a thing. And then the flying over people is still a bit debatable. I mentioned here, and maybe this is a good time because I added this link kind of last minute. I don't know if there's a place, Mickey, where we could share this link since this is different than what the attendees have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this
Toss
is a
it
really good
into the
link.
chat
It talks
tab.
about all the new rules.
Yeah, toss it into the chat tab and then I can forward it to everybody.
Great. There it goes. I think it went out.
I am not seeing it.
Oh,
Did you
whoops.
put it into
Sorry,
the
I put it in
questions
the
tab?
questions. My bad.
Well,
I put
it
it.
may have said.
I put it in
Okay.
questions. Let me try again.
Okay,
How's that?
got it.
Okay.
All right, so the audience should be able to find it in the question tab.
Yeah, perfect. Let me kind of scan through here and see if there are other links. I mean, I checked some of these while we were going, but I just want to scan through and make sure if there were some that I didn't get a chance to click on, just to make sure that folks have those. This is the NOTAMs link. So if you're needing to check, I'll put this out there and you could just paste them as I'm talking. This is the link for checking those temporary flight restrictions. Here is the LANCE. This is called Visualize It. This is what we were just looking at. That is the LANCE map with all of the LANCE boxes, the little airspace authorization boxes. So you can use those to kind of gauge the airspace itself. If you need to, the controlled airspace, if you need to go through drone zone, or if you can just use a LANCE service. And let's see, some Lance services should be available on this link right here, folks. These are different partners that provide Lance services. Yeah, most of those companies, they give you free, the option to do it for free if it's like single operations. Where the service providers make their money is by working with large enterprise that have dozens and dozens of flights to operate daily. So they kind of work with enterprise in that sense. But Lance should not be something you should have to pay for if you're just a kind of single business owner or running, a drone flight or two a day. It shouldn't be something you have to pay for. I just want to put that out there. Drone Zone is pretty straightforward. I'll just put this link in there as well. I think this will work like this. Sounds good. Oh, wow, that just copied Drone Zone itself. It's let's see, FAA Drone Zone. Here, I'll find the link itself and pass that over everybody.
I think I got it. It's FAA drone zone-access.faa.gov.
Yes, that's the one. Perfect. Thank you. And I think that was it. Oh, this is a helpful one. So here is actually, I could go through this right now for a couple minutes. So this is the PSI. These are the guys that help proctor the test. So PSI talent, yeah, this is for all types of aviation testing. View test authorization. Oh, so yeah. So what you have to do, create an account. I think I could do this if I just sign in and show you guys kind of what that looks like. There it is. Okay. Hopefully that's the correct one from my Google auto passwords. And it's making me change my password. Okay, I'm not going to do all that in front of you guys, but just note that this is here, I'll put this link for everybody out there. Or actually, why don't I do this one instead? Sorry. Let's go here. Okay. So this is what you'll use to register and pay for your test. Yeah. There are practice exams on here as well. And while we're at it, since we have a couple more minutes, I'm going to pull some other links that I share with some of my other students. I think this is appropriate to do. These are some sample exams. Mickey, do we think that's okay to share?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't think anyone will be mad about getting some sampling.
Just making sure we're not crossing any lines we're not supposed to, kind of a thing. Yeah, these are, I haven't vetted these personally. I mean, I've gone through some of them and I share them as links for people as kind of like additional supplemental material. So again, use as much information as possible to prepare yourself for the exam. And I think that the textbook is really good as well. Anyways, I'm not affiliated with any of these places, and I don't provide any specific endorsement. I'm just sharing what I've found to be some good resources to you guys.
Looks like you have a question.
Oh yeah, let's go for it. Yep.
Is there a list of modifications that can be or not be made to a drone, such as color, lights, etc.?
That's an interesting question. Chris, I think there is not what is your question about? Yeah, there's not a not modification list out there. So I don't, at least as far as I know, and nothing specifically in the FAA rules. I mean, the lights is the biggest one out of all of this. So, you know, the drones out, the commercial drones that you purchase, they're going to have lights on them. It's just a matter of if they're bright enough per the 3 statute miles away rule that's out there for flying at night. So there are vendors that sell aftermarket light kits that you can attach to drones that are supposedly meant to be brighter for flying at night. I don't really fly at night, to be honest with you. So I've never had to go through this experience personally. But you know, I've seen some of the trade shows and they seem pretty valid. Kind of modular that they can kind of plug and play and attach to the pretty common drones, you know, the stuff from DJI and Skydio and that kind of list out there. So I don't think that there's any FAA limitations per se or anything in the rules. You know, the questions in the rule book are going to be relating to does it affect the performance of the drone or not, right? And those are kind of things relating to are you adding weight or throwing off the drone's center of gravity, that kind of a thing. So I think if it's small modifications, I wouldn't be, you know, too worried about it. And you know, things like paint and colors, you know, there's no limitations to that kind of a thing. Okay, I
I
think.
forgot my mic was turned off. I was about to jump in, and then I was like, wait, nobody's.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, no worries.
All right. So with that in mind, I wanted to let everyone know I've gotten all the links updated. So now is your chance to grab all of those links now that they're compiled neatly in your questions tab. This will just help as all of this information does get deleted from the system. So once we close out, again, we're trying to protect people's privacy. With that in mind, let's spend a few minutes and talk about the quiz that you will be taking after today's session, as well as some final wrap-up elements. But before we do, I just really want to say thank you so much, Jeff. You did a wonderful job. There's so much information in here, and I feel like I'm sure everyone feels very, very prepped and ready to go. So with that in mind, I also want to, oh, sorry.
No, thank you. And thank you for facilitating this.
Oh, happy to. And I want to thank you everyone for your attendance here today as well. Now, with that in mind, so let's talk the quiz, as I mentioned earlier. So the quiz is required if you want to receive credit, as well as handing in the CE request form, which I'll talk about in a little bit. For the quiz, now I'm going to send the link for the online quiz to your email in the next 10 minutes, and you'll have 10 days to take the quiz. Now, with that in mind, the online quiz software will automatically grade your quiz. A passing grade is 80% or higher, but if you fail to reach 80%, that's okay. You can retry as many times as you'd like. You just need to click the retry button. Now, with that in mind, we also want to make sure that you enter your name at the beginning of the quiz because that's the name that's going to appear on your certificate, and you need that name to match up with how you registered today. Also, make sure that you save a copy. Now, this is something a lot of people tend to forget. Once you pass the quiz, you'll actually get a green certificate button that will pop up. Click that green certificate button, and that's how you receive your certificate. It will either prompt you to save it or print it. So make sure you do one or the other. Now, if you don't see the email in the next 10 minutes, check your spam or junk folder. It does have a nasty habit of popping up there. However, If it doesn't pop up there at all, and you've checked your spam and your junk folder, reach out to our customer service team at customerservice@halfmoonseminars.org, and they'll be able to assist you. Now, as I mentioned earlier, if you are here for credit, you have to complete the quiz and you have to complete the CE request form. Now, to find the CE request form, you can find it in the Handouts tab on the GoToWebinar control panel. You can also find it in the email that I'll be sending out along with the quiz. Now, please make sure to return that within 24 hours of the end of the webinar. So that would be tomorrow by 4:15 Central Time, and to send it to the email address at the bottom of the form. You might be tempted to click reply and send it directly to me. I actually don't process that, and in fact, I only work part-time, which means that I'm not going to be available for the next few days to forward it. So again, make sure you send to our customer service team, which is the email that's at that bottom of the form. Now, with that in mind, we would also love it if you could please complete the survey, which will appear on your screen immediately following the end of the webinar. This just lets us know how we did today and makes sure that we can continue improving as a company. The ratings will scale from 1 to 5, with 5 being the high. All right, so with that in mind, Jeff, thank you again so much for your work and for your help today. And I want to thank you all again for attending this Half Moon Education webinar. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Please take care.